Chapter 751. But Panga's power was different. He came from the same source as Hutu, so if he was too much higher than Hotian, Hutu would not be able to sense his existence. When the shamans and demons were fighting, the three pure ones suddenly joined forces to target the 6 paths of reincarnation. There must be a conspiracy in it. But other than the three pure ones, no one knew about this. In the netherworld, Hutu was puzzled. She did not pay attention to the battle between the shamans and demons. She focused all her attention on the 6 paths of reincarnation. She wanted to see what was wrong with the 6 paths of reincarnation. If she could not figure it out in a day, she would look at it for a year. If she could not figure it out in a year, she would look at it for 100 years. Anyway, she had plenty of time. She was not afraid that she could not figure out the problem. After the three pure ones attacked the 6 paths of reincarnation, they gradually fell silent. Pangu's primordial spirit, which had dispersed, returned to its original form. However, in a corner where no one could see, the three pure ones were much more dispirited. Obviously, deriving Pangu's primordial spirit was not an easy task for them. They did not respect Pangu, but wanted to forcefully derive Pangu's primordial spirit and borrow his power. The three pure ones must have suffered an unimaginable price. One had to know that the three pure ones were not the 12 groups of shamans. They regarded Pangu as their faith and were willing to give up everything for him. They only had themselves in their hearts. Therefore, countless years ago, the three pure ones had cut off the connection between themselves and Pangu. In other words, the three pure ones did not have the ability to derive Pangu's primordial spirit at all. They gave up this right on their own initiative. However, although it was said that they had cut it off, it was not completely cut off. The connection between the three pure ones and Pangu could not be completely cut off. Otherwise, the three pure ones would not be called the Panga three pure ones. The kindness of giving birth to him was greater than the sky. This was a connection that could not be cut off no matter what power. Therefore, the three pure ones could only try their best to weaken this connection. The origin marks of the three pure ones were given to them by Pangu. Their achievements today were mostly due to Pangu's orthodox name. They could rely on their own Tao to destroy the chi of Pangu's primordial spirit in their bodies, but they could not cut off the connection between their life imprints and Pangu. That was the foundation of the three pure ones. If they were really killed, they would be crippled. Therefore, even if there was no trace of Pangu's primordial spirit in his body, the three pure ones could still forcefully create Pangu's primordial spirit through his natal mark. However, the price he had to pay was simply too great. Otherwise, the three pure ones wouldn't have never used such a method. First of all, forcibly condensing Pangu's primordial spirit consumed the three pure ones' essences. This meant that every time Pangu's primordial spirit was condensed, the strength of the three pure ones would drop a little. How much it fell depended on the time they took to condense Pangu's primordial spirit. The longer it took, the more it would drop. Secondly, which was also the most dangerous part, forcibly condensing Pangu's primordial spirit would strengthen the connection between the three pure ones and Pangu. In other words, once the three pure ones chose to condense Pangu's primordial spirit, their previous efforts to break free from Pangu's influence would all be in vain. Apart from that, every time they used the power of Pangu's primordial spirit, it would cause them to gradually transform into Pangu. If they used it too many times, the three pure ones would not be able to escape the fate of being assimilated by Pangu's primordial spirit. At that time, it would be hard to say whether the three pure ones would still exist. Therefore, to the three pure ones, using Pangu's primordial spirit was their last resort. It was a desperate method that they would not use unless they had no other choice. Now, they used this method. From this, one could see how far Feng Zichen had forced them. They were really in a desperate situation. As the three pure ones attacked the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, an unknown change happened. As the 6 paths of reincarnation disc rotated, the fragments of the innate, indestructible, true spirit of the fallen expert that were scattered between heaven and earth suddenly moved. They were pulled by an inexplicable force and constantly poured into the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Then, they were repaired by the power of reincarnation and reincarnated along the mysterious reincarnation passage. In the direction of their reincarnation was the human clan. What were the 3 pure ones doing? First, they used the 6 paths of reincarnation disc to condense the true spirit fragments of the fallen experts. Then, they repaired them and sent them into reincarnation to the human clan. Were they helping the human clan to increase their strength? Obviously not. The 3 pure ones were not that kind. Then why were they doing this? Although he did not know the specific reason, there was no doubt that this was not a good thing for the human clan. However, Feng Zichen did not notice this at all, because, at this moment, his attention was completely attracted by the battle between the ancient shaman and demon clan. In order to defeat the ancient demon clan army in the shortest time possible, ancestral shaman Xianming made a move. He took a step forward and directly came from the nether realm to the primitive world. He punched out at the 10 demon gods. Ancestral shaman Xianming was the most powerful person in the world. Over the years, he had been cultivating in the nether realm. With the help of the Xianming temple, his cultivation had long broken through to the half-step primordial chaos realm. He was only 1 step away from the unrestrained and carefree primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian realm. The terrifying power that surged out of his punch was enough to tear apart the untainted land and destroy all the acquired laws. There was no doubt that under the punch of ancestral shaman Xianming, even the Daluo Jinxian would die. There was no possibility of survival. However, countless years had passed. How could the 10 demon gods, who were infinitely close to the sage-to-be realm, still stay in the realm of the Daluo demon god? Seeing the punch of ancestral shaman Xianming, the 10 demon gods roared in unison and transformed into their original forms. In an instant, 10 earth-shattering auras spread out and shook the entire primitive world. Sage-to-be. The 10 demon gods had stepped into the sage-to-be realm. Their leader, Bai Zhe, was in the late sage-to-be realm and had barely touched the threshold of becoming a great medium. It was obviously inappropriate to call them the 10 demon gods now. They should be called the 10 demon saints. The 10 demon saints had not lived in vain all these years. They had been working hard to cultivate. If it was someone else, they would have been affected by the tribulation aura and would never be able to break through. However, the 10 demon saints were different. On the eve of the shaman and demon cataclysm, Tai did not hesitate to consume his own origin to forcibly wash away the tribulation aura for them, and opened up the path for them to become sage-to-be. It was because of this that the 10 demon saints could advance by leaps and bounds after the end of the cataclysm and enter the sage-to-be realm in one fell swoop. The 10 of them roared and joined forces to block the punch of ancestral shaman Xianming. 10 Daluo Taoist priests could not block the punch of ancestral shaman Xianming, but 10 sage-to-be could. Sage-to-be? Ancestral shaman Xianming was slightly stunned when he saw the realms of the 10 of them. He seemed to be shocked, but that was all. If the 10 late sage-to-be demon race joined forces, they might be able to pose a great threat to ancestral shaman Xianming. However, 9 early and middle sage-to-be plus 1 late sage-to-be demon race would not be a threat to him. Not bad. You have amazed me. I did not expect that after the heavenly court was destroyed, there were still capable people in the demon race who could cultivate to the sage-to-be realm. However, it's still not enough. After a slight compliment to express his recognition of the 10 demon saints, ancestral shaman Xianming attacked. Splash! Between heaven and earth, there was a sudden heavy rain. At the same time, a gust of cold air swept toward the 10 demon gods with ancestral shaman Xianming as the center. Ancestral shaman Xianming, the ancestral shaman of rain, controlled the power of rain and snow. He was the goddess of cold winter in the extreme north. As soon as he attacked, there was an overwhelming amount of connate cold air. Along with the heavy rain, it froze all life in the world. Moreover, the rain was not ordinary water. It was connate cold water, which contained connate cold air. Even if the Daluo Taoist priests bathed in the rain for a long time, their bodies would be frozen and their true spirits would be destroyed. The snow was merciless. It froze all life and froze all life. This was ancestral shaman Xianming, the god of the north. Feeling the powerful Khanate cold air, the 10 demon saints' expressions changed drastically. They did not dare to hesitate and use their strongest techniques. Heavenly stem formation rise. The 10 great demon saints moved and set up the ancient demon clan's unparalleled formation, the first heaven stem formation. As the overlord of the untainted land, the ancient demon race naturally had more Khanate formations than the heavenly cycle stars formation. However, the heavenly cycle stars formation was too famous and suppressed the other Khanate formations. This did not mean that the other Khanate formations of the ancient demon race were weak. They were just not comparable to the heavenly cycle stars formation. The great heavenly stem formation was second only to the great heavenly constellation formation among the Khanate formations mastered by the ancient demon race. Any array formation related to time was not simple. The primordial heaven stem array was an array formation that Dijun had comprehended from the river of time and space. It contained the power of the primordial time sequence, and its power was unfathomable. In fact, in addition to the heavenly stem formation, there was another formation called the Khanate earthly branch formation. These two Khanate formations were the embodiment of the Khanate time order in the world. If these two formations were combined, they would become the heavenly stem formation and earthly branch formation, which was enough to be ranked in the top 10 Khanate formations of the untainted land. Unfortunately, Dijun had only comprehended the heavenly stem formation with great effort. He had no clue about the Khanate earthly branch formation. Otherwise, the ancient demon race would have another great foundation. The outcome of the battle between the liches and the demons might have changed. However, there were no buts in this world. If he did not comprehend it, he did not comprehend it. No matter how regretful he was, it was useless. However, although Dijun did not comprehend the Khanate earthly branch formation, countless years later, when a human Emperor Fuxi was drawing up the 12 zodiac signs, he accidentally comprehended this formation. Dijun begged bitterly, but he did not get anything. Fuxi was unintentional, but he was happy to get this formation. It had to be said that fate was really wonderful. With the help of the heavenly stem formation, the 10 great demon saints temporarily obtained the power to fight against ancestral witch Xianming. However, this was only temporary. This was because ancestral witch Xianming had not used his magic treasure yet. With the identity of ancestral witch Xianming, attacking the 10 great demon saints was already suspected of bullying the weak. If he used his magic treasure, he could easily win. However, in this way, he would lose all his face. Therefore, in the beginning, ancestral witch Xianming did not choose to use his magic treasure. Instead, he planned to defeat the 10 great demon saints in one blow. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. He actually fought with the 10 great demon saints for a long time. For ancestral sorcerer Xianming, this was a humiliating matter. He had lost face left and right. If ancestral witch Xianming was still unable to take down the 10 great demon saints, then he would really become a joke. Therefore, ancestral witch Xianming did not have any worries. With a thought, he was about to use his magic treasure to kill the 10 great demon saints. Xianming divine banner, come. Ancestral witch Xianming waved his hand, and a divine banner suddenly flew out from the Xianming temple that was located in the untainted land and fell into his hand. It was the magic treasure that Feng Zichen had tailor-made for the 12 ancestral witches, the 12 heavenly divine banner. At this moment, after countless years of nourishment, the 12 heavenly divine banner had already been promoted to the highest level of primordial spiritual treasure. Its power was beyond imagination, and it was almost comparable to the 12 ancestral witches in the middle of ancient times. Go! As soon as the Xianming divine banner was in his hand, ancestral witch Xianming felt a sense of joy that was connected by blood. Then, with a thought, he raised the Xianming divine banner. Suddenly, the primordial cold chi and heavy rain between heaven and earth soared several times. With a sudden sound, the primordial cold chi swept past, and the 10 great demon gods were covered in white frost. Even with the protection of the primordial heaven stem formation, they were still frozen. Seeing this, the 10 great demon saints knew that with their strength, there was no possibility of fighting against ancestral, which Xianming. After understanding this, Baizé did not hesitate and directly roared to the sky. Why are you still not attacking? Are you really going to sit and watch us be killed by ancestral, which Xianming? The voice was so loud that in an instant, it spread throughout the untainted land. There's still a helper? Hearing this, ancestral, which Xianming was slightly stunned. Then, the movement of waving the Xianming divine banner in his hand became faster. Who cared who their helper was? Before they appeared, they had to kill all the remaining members of the ancient demon clan first. Ancestral, which Xianming thought so and did so. However, he did not succeed, because at the critical moment, a burly man suddenly appeared in front of the 10 great demon saints and blocked the attack of Ancestral, which Xianming for them. It's you, Heavenly Ant. You didn't fall? No, that's not right. You were resurrected by the saint. Seeing the person who came, Ancestral, which Xianming's pupils constricted as he exclaimed in disbelief. It's Lord Ant's saint, but didn't he fall long ago? Why did he suddenly appear here? It was not only Ancestral, which Xianming. On the other side, the 10 great demon saints also exclaimed in disbelief when they saw the person who came. In fact, not only them, but even the other great mediums who were watching the battle also revealed an incredulous expression when they saw the face of the person who came. Obviously, they all knew this person. Only Feng Zichen had a blank expression. He really did not know this person. It's the poor Wei. The poor Wei has recovered from the silence. Nodding, the burly man who was called Heavenly Ant by Ancestral, which Xianming said. Chapter 752. It was not easy for you to be resurrected. Instead of hiding properly, you actually dared to come out and stir up trouble. Do you want to die again? After the initial shock, Ancestral, which Xianming regained his composure and stared at Sky Ant coldly. Who was Sky Ant? He was one of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace and a top mighty figure of the ancient demon race. Yes, that's right. He was not a mighty figure, but a top mighty figure. When Sky Ant died, his cultivation level was only at the mid-stage of Sage to be. Of course, he could not be called a mighty figure. Sky Ant was the first ant born after the creation of the world. He was born as a top Khanate god fiend, and was also a rare existence that cultivated the Tao of power. His strength was so formidable that even the Earth Bear King that Feng Zichen had killed a long time ago had to admit defeat. Sky Ant, the ant that moved the sky. He had the power to move the sky. Logically speaking, such a person shouldn't be unknown. However, Sky Ant was unlucky. He had fallen too early. Although he died at the hands of the witch race, he did not die in the battle between the witch race and the demon race. That was a period of time after the 3 Tao lectures in the Purple Cloud Palace had just ended. At that time, the demon race had not been established for long, and the heavenly courts had also been established. It was at that time that the witch race and the demon race clashed. During the battle, Sky Ant was torn to pieces by Ancestral, Witch Di Jiang, and his blood spilled on the spot. When Sky Ant died, the demon race had not risen yet. After the demon race rose, he had already died many years ago. Everything about him was also buried by the candle dragon with the power of time. After being killed by Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, even Di Juntai couldn't revive the heavenly ant even if he wanted to. As a result, the Sky Ant naturally became unknown. That person who had died many years ago and was almost forgotten by the world suddenly reappeared in the world. How could everyone not be surprised? Haha, kill poor Wei again. Fellow Taoist Xianming, do you think the witch race is still the witch race and poor Wei is still the poor Wei? After Ancestral, which Xianming finished speaking, Sky Ant laughed as if he had heard a joke. At the same time, a powerful aura spread from his body, causing the world to tremble. This aura, it was the half-step primordial chaos realm. Sensing this powerful aura, everyone's hearts trembled. Tian Yi's cultivation had actually dropped from mid-saint to half-step primordial chaos. What did this mean? It meant that the sky ant definitely didn't revive at this time. Countless years ago, he should have already awakened. Otherwise, the sky ant would not be so powerful. At the very least, the sky ant should have been revived when the chaos fiend celestial's possession tribulation broke out. If they hadn't devoured the true spirit of the chaos fiend celestial, the great masters wouldn't have been able to ascend to the half-step origin immortal realm so quickly. After seeing Tian Yi's realm, ancestral, which Xianming was a little surprised, but he didn't take it too seriously. Even if they were all half-step primordial chaos, there was still a difference in strength. He had stood in this realm for tens of millions of years and had long reached the peak. He was only one step away from the realm of primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. He could be said to be one of the strongest in this realm. As for Tian Yi, although he was a half-step primordial chaos expert, his strength fluctuated and was not stable. Clearly, he had just entered this realm. As such, ancestral, which Xianming was naturally not afraid of him. Fellow Taoist, your strength has indeed improved greatly. I just don't know which fellow Taoist was willing to pay so much to get you out of the river of time and space. Ancestral, which Xianming asked curiously as he waved his hand to repel Tian Yi's aura. It was very difficult to revive a great master. The price to pay was too great. However, it would be much easier to revive a great master. Moreover, this was not the key to the problem. The key question was, who exactly was it that planned ahead? Who was it that planned this countless years ago, reviving the heavenly ant and hiding it? Only today did it appear. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry about that. I've come here for the sake of revenge. Fellow Taoist Dijong's strike all those years ago is something that I can't forget for a long time. Now that poor Wei has returned, I naturally have to settle the karma with him. Without answering ancestral, which Xianming's question, Tian Yi changed the topic to revenge. Revenge? Ancestral, which Xianming was slightly stunned. Dijiang had fallen for countless years. How was he going to take revenge? Thinking of this, ancestral, which Xianming's heart trembled. He could not help but think of a possibility. He did not feel good and hurriedly attacked Tian Yi. However, it was already too late. Tian Yi took out a black iron rod and smashed it directly at the primordial land. His target was Dijiang Temple. That was the place where ancestral, which Dijiang was resurrected. Fellow Taoist Dijiang. Poor Wei was killed by you back then. Now that he has returned in defiance of the heavens and destroyed your resurrection place, it can be considered an eye for an eye. Amidst the cold voice, the iron rod brazenly smashed down. In the distance, Feng Zichen could not help but feel his scalp go numb when he saw this scene. Although he did not know the origin of that iron rod, it was definitely a supreme grade innate spirit treasure. A supreme grade innate spirit treasure coupled with Tian Yi's divine power. To put it bluntly, even Feng Zichen would not feel good if he was hit by it now. Not to mention Dijiang Temple. Tian Yi swung his rod down, and violent fluctuations burst out. The void directly turned into powder, and time and space disappeared. The myriad Tao of heaven and earth shattered one after another. Rumble. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged, interweaving with a vast destructive aura as if they were going to destroy the world. They directly drowned Dijiang Temple. No! Seeing this scene, ancestral, which Xianming could not help but exclaim. Tian Yi's attack was too fast and too sudden. He had no time to stop it. Seeing that Dijiang Temple was about to be destroyed by Tian Yi's rod, at the critical moment, a jade-like hand reached out from the void and grabbed Tian Yi's iron rod, blocking the attack. Get lost! Accompanied by a cold reprimand, the jade-like hand trembled slightly. She actually picked up the iron rod and threw Tian Yi away. Rumble. Tian Yi's figure flew high into the sky, shattering countless voids. Then, he flew directly into the chaos beyond the heavens and disappeared into the vast chaos. At this moment, the world fell silent. Even the saints did not speak. That was because they all knew who had attacked. It was Goddess Hutu, she who was observing the 6 paths of reincarnation disc, since that Tian Yi wanted to destroy Dijiang Temple. She immediately attacked in anger and sent Tian Yi flying with a single strike. Destroy! Since she had already attacked, Hutu did not hold back anymore. She directly pointed out with her finger, wanting to kill all the demons here. Facing ancestral witch Xianming, the 10 great demon saints still had room to resist. However, facing Goddess Hutu, who was at the saint level, they did not even have the strength to resist. With the point of Hutu's finger, the invisible wave spread out and sealed the world. It imprisoned the 10 great demon saints and the countless demon army behind them. Fear and the shadow of death attacked the hearts of the 10 great demon saints at the same time. However, they could not do anything. Under Goddess Hutu's power, they could not move at all. They could only watch helplessly as they were all killed by the finger. Regret, unwillingness, and all kinds of emotions filled the hearts of the 10 great demon saints. In the blink of an eye, they were filled with despair. Endless despair? Fellow Taoist Hutu, please show mercy. Just as Hutu's finger was about to land, the Grand Pure One's voice suddenly sounded from afar. Then, the Taiji painting flew over and turned into a huge canopy that enveloped the 10 great demon saints and the countless demon army behind them. Fellow Taoist Grand Pure One, are you trying to stop me? Goddess Hutu paused slightly and said unhappily, Fellow Taoist Hutu, please calm down. It's not that poor Wei wants to stop you, but I have no choice. As he spoke, the Grand Pure One bowed solemnly to Hutu. Fellow Taoist, please spare the demons this time for the sake of the gate of witchcraft. Hearing that, Hutu fell silent. If the Grand Pure One asked her to give him face and let the demons off, Hutu could naturally reject him in disdain. However, since the Grand Pure One used the gate of witchcraft as an excuse, Hutu could not attack the demons. The gate of witchcraft was the current barrier of the primordial world. It was also formed by countless experts of the witchcraft and demons. This gate concerned the safety of the primordial world and was very important. For that, after the gate of witchcraft was born, the witchcraft and demons, who had lost their destiny, instantly had their destiny extended and had the possibility of rising again. It could be said that as long as the gate of witchcraft was still around, the ancient demons would not be in danger of being exterminated. Once the ancient demons were exterminated, the gate of witchcraft would probably collapse in half. In that case, it would probably give the Chaos Fiend Celestial a chance to enter. At that time, the living beings would really be plunged into misery and suffering. In order to obtain the great Tao fruit, the Chaos Fiend Celestial did not want to destroy the primordial world. However, they needed to obtain the essence of the primordial world so that they could gain the upper hand when the great Tao fruit appeared. Goddess Hutu could ignore the Grand Pure One's words, but she could not ignore the safety of the primordial world. Therefore, Hutu hesitated. Forget it, I'll forgive them this time. After a long silence, Hutu said. Then, she slowly retracted her hand. However, just as she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and said, Taoist Tian, he wants to destroy my brother's temple. He can be exempted from death, but he can't escape punishment. Punish him to guard my brother's temple. When my brother returns, I'll set him free. After saying that, regardless of whether the Grand Pure One agreed or not, Goddess Hutu directly captured Taoist Tian Yi from the chaos outside the sky and turned him into a stone statue, standing at the entrance of the Dijiang Temple. What was domineering? This was it. After this incident, no one in the primordial world would dare to touch the ancestral Magus Temple. Seeing this, the Grand Pure One's mouth twitched and said, As long as you're happy, fellow Taoist. Little did he know that when he said this, his heart was bleeding. The person who had revived Taoist Tian Yi countless years ago was him, the Grand Pure One. It could be said that Taoist Tian Yi was one of the few trump cards in the Grand Pure One's hands. However, he did not expect that Taoist Tian Yi would be suppressed by Goddess Hoda the moment he appeared before he could do anything. It really made one's heart bleed. If he had known that this would happen, the Grand Pure One would not have revived Taoist Tian Yi back then. He would have wasted so much of his effort. To be honest, the Grand Pure One really did not expect that Taoist Tian Yi would destroy the Dijiang Temple. He clearly knew that the Lady of Earth was still in the world. So why did he dare to attack the Dijiang Temple? Did he really think that the Lady of Earth was made of mud? If the ancestral Magus Temple was so easy to destroy, it would have been destroyed long ago. How could it have stood in the primordial world for so many years? Taoist Tian Yi was simply retarded. The Grand Pure One had asked him to come out to block the ancestral Magus Xianming for a period of time. If he did that, the Lady of Earth, who was observing the 6 paths of reincarnation, would not have the time to attack him. Unfortunately, he had recklessly touched the ancestral Magus Temple. That was the Lady of Earth's reverse scale. If he touched it, he would die. Over the years, there had been more than 1 or 2 great mystical abilities who had died because of it. It could only be said that Taoist Tian Yi had brought this upon himself. Sister, go back. Don't interfere in this battle. The children of my race have not experienced the baptism of war for too long. We can use this opportunity to let them experience the cruelty of the ancient times. Before leaving, the Lady of Earth suddenly said to the ancestral Magus Xianming. From the looks of it, she wanted to use the ancient demon army to train the Magi army. The new generation of the Magi had never experienced the turmoil of the ancient times. Naturally, their quality was far inferior to the ancient Magi warriors. Now that the ancient demon clan had reappeared, they could use them to train their clansmen. At the same time, they could let the people of the Magi remember the hatred between them and the demon clan. Time was enough to dilute everything. As the old people withered, the new clansmen did not have the unforgettable feeling and would gradually forget the hatred of the past. That was why the Lady of Earth let the Magi fight with the demon clan. Only when they were in pain, injured, and saw blood could they understand the feelings of the older generation of the Magi. Yes, I understand. The ancestral Magus Xianming's heart moved, and he understood what the Lady of Earth meant. Seeing that she did not refuse, he put away the Xianming divine banner and left with the Lady of Earth. Just as they left, a few figures that the 10 great demon gods were very familiar with rushed out of the ancestral Magus Temple. There were 10 ancient great wizards, including 9 Phoenix, Xiang Lu, and Tian Hao. These were also sage-to-be experts. Alas, there were originally 12 great wizards, 1 for each tribe. However, Ho Yi of the Dijiang tribe and Xing Tian of the Hoda tribe were no longer there. Ho Yi was still in the reincarnation cycle, while Xing Tian was in the critical period of transformation and could not appear. Otherwise, Xing Tian alone would have been able to sweep through the 10 great demon saints without the use of formations. There were 10 great demon saints and 10 great wizards. After meeting again after countless years, there was no nostalgia between the two sides, only hatred. After looking at each other, they directly attacked. And as soon as they started fighting, it was the most intense life and death battle. One of them would die, and the other would die. Not long after the battle broke out, the 10 great demon saints gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. It was not that they were inferior to the 10 great wizards, but because they had been injured when fighting with the ancestral Magus Xianming. Chapter 753. Not long after the battle, the 10 great demon saints were all injured. Blood gushed out of their bodies like a waterfall, dyeing the entire ground red. However, none of them cared. They still looked fearless as they fought the 10 great shamans. At this point in the battle, it could be seen that it was only a matter of time before the 10 great demon saints were defeated and died. The injuries that Grand Shaman Xianming had left on them were too serious. It had seriously affected the 10 great demon saints' combat strength. As a result, when they faced the 10 great shamans, they fell into a passive state and had no choice but to hold on bitterly. Knowing that they were going to die, the 10 great demon saints still did not choose to escape. Such a tragic spirit was truly moving. But was this really the case? As the battle became more and more intense, Baizé retreated as he fought, gradually retreating to a secret realm in his memory. Boom! When he was not far from the secret realm, Baizé suddenly found an opportunity to take a blow from Xiang Lu and was sent flying. And the direction he fell was where the secret realm was. The secret realm that Dijun had told him about in the past. Kill! Seeing that Baizé was injured, Jiufeng suddenly abandoned his opponent and joined forces with Xiang Lu to kill Baizé, who had fallen to the ground. Rumble! In an instant, divine powers that blotted out the sky and covered the earth were blasted out from the two of them, drowning Baizé, who had fallen to the ground. The other 9 demon saints wanted to help, but they were blocked by the 8 great shamans. They could only watch as Baizé was torn to pieces by the 2 great shamans, Xiang Lu and Jiufeng. With a bang, a rain of blood fell from the sky. It was Monster Saint Baizé's body that had been forcefully blown apart. Whoosh, a breeze blew past, and the rain of blood fell. Baizé's body reappeared. However, compared to before, his aura was much weaker. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and his face was incomparably pale. Obviously, he was seriously injured. With a wah, Baizé could not help but vomit a large mouthful of blood. However, there was not the slightest sadness on his face. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. In the end, he even laughed out loud. Baizé's sudden display of madness caused Shangliu and Jiufeng to hesitate instead. They were unable to figure out the situation, and they actually didn't dare attack Baizé for a time. Could it be that Baizé had been beaten silly by them? This shouldn't be the case. Not only the sorcerer tribe, but even the demon tribe was stunned by Baizé's actions. They could not help but stop what they were doing. Boss, why are you laughing all of a sudden? This is a battlefield, a battle of life and death. Can't you be a little more serious? The sudden change caused the battlefield to fall into a strange silence. For a moment, Baizé's carefree laughter reverberated throughout the silent battlefield, acting all mysterious. Kill! After a long silence, Xiang Lu saw that Baizé still didn't move. Xiang Lu's heart sank, and he rushed towards Baizé again. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Baizé suddenly stopped laughing. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of essence blood, which fell into the ordinary-looking volcano below him. In the next moment, an astonishing change took place. Endless divine light erupted from the volcano, illuminating the place in a dazzling golden color. Then, in the golden light, divine patterns with the volcano as the center quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped the void within a radius of millions of miles. Rumble. Amidst the rumbling of heaven and earth, a domineering emperor's aura suddenly erupted. It swept towards the 10 great sorcerers with a momentum that swept across the universe. Oh no! Under this tyrannical power, the 10 great sorcerers were sent flying without any resistance and fell into the deepest part of the void. When they got up again, they were already seriously injured. Tai! The moment this power appeared, Goddess Hutu, who was supposed to leave, and Saint Tai Ching, the 2 saints, appeared at the same time and looked towards the volcano. In the next moment, the other saints, as well as the 2 primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian, Feng Zichen, and Great Emperor Ziwei, also rushed over. After that, all the powerful beings of the primordial world arrived. They all stood outside the golden light and looked towards the depths of the volcano with bewildered expressions in the direction where the Emperor's aura came from. The reason why everyone paid so much attention to it was because the aura came from a god, a legendary god, Dongwang Tai. That's right, the method that Dijun left behind was not used to resurrect himself, but to resurrect Dongwang Tai. It's Lord Dongwang, not His Majesty. At this moment, not to mention others, even Baizé, who had activated Dijun's backup, was shocked. Back then, when Dijun told him to do it, he did not say that it was prepared for Tai. That day, when Bai Zhe was in seclusion, Jun suddenly appeared in front of him and gave him a ball of essence blood. He said that if he could not be resurrected after he died, he could take this ball of essence blood to a secret realm. The secret realm that Jun mentioned was the volcano under his feet. Countless years after Jun's death, there was still no sign of him being resurrected. Bai Zhe thought of Jun's words back then and took this opportunity to rush here. As for that ball of essence blood, it was naturally the ball that Bai Zhe spat out. The backup plan that Jun left behind was not something that Bai Zhe's essence blood could activate no matter how bad it was. In fact, the ball of essence blood that Jun left behind was the innate sun origin that he had spent hundreds of millions of years collecting in the sun star. The power contained in it was almost comparable to that of a half-step primordial chaos existence. And that volcano was not simple either. It looked ordinary, but in fact, Jun had secretly set up the 10 suns burning sky formation inside. And in the Great Formation, what had been refined was the innate origin of all the experts that the Demon Clan had killed since the establishment of the Demon Clan. Since the establishment of the Demon Clan, countless experts have been killed, and the origin of those experts have been secretly collected by Jun, using the 10 suns burning sky formation to refine it back to its origin and turn it into the purest origin item. How many powerful experts had died at the hands of the Demon Clan? It was simply unimaginable. Even if it was only a part of the innate origin of these experts, it was still ridiculously powerful. In addition to Jun's essence blood, these two forces combined. Jun's goal was probably not only to resurrect Tai, but to resurrect Tai in his peak state. A shocking change. What kind of unprecedented change was this? This was it. The resurrection of Tai was really a big deal that was beyond imagination. TSK, fellow Taoist, in order to deal with me, you are really willing to sacrifice yourself. You actually did not hesitate to resurrect Dongwang Tai. I just don't know if that Tai will find trouble with the human clan first after he returns, or with you fellow Taoists first. Glancing at the innate origin in the depths of the volcano, Feng Zichen shook his head and mocked the 3 pure ones and the others. Of course, he knew that even if the human clan won, the 3 pure ones would not resurrect the Dongwang Tai. In the current situation, it was obvious that they had messed up. This was not the original intention of the 5 saints. However, although he understood, this did not affect Feng Zichen for mocking the saints. Who asked them to mess up? Hearing this, the 5 saints' faces darkened, but they did not refute, because this time they had indeed messed up. Before asking the ancient demon clan to take action, the 3 pure ones, Zhuan Ti, and the other saints had already carefully investigated the primitive world countless times. It was not until they were sure that there were no more backup plans left behind by Jun that they were relieved to ask the ancient demon clan to take action. However, they did not expect that even though they had taken precautions, they did not prevent the demon clan from having such a trick up their sleeves. To be honest, it was not that they had not seen this volcano before, but before Jun's backup plan was launched, no matter how they checked, they did not find anything unusual here. It had to be said that Jun was indeed worthy of being the Celestial Emperor. This method of hiding things was really brilliant, even hiding from the saints. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen was amazed by Jun's brilliant method, but suddenly, he felt a familiar aura from the divine pattern. That aura was high and indifferent. If it was deeper, it would be exactly the same as the aura of the Tao ancestor. The Tao ancestor? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's heart trembled slightly, and he thought of a possibility. Then, he turned his head to look at the 3 pure ones, and, as expected, he saw that their faces were even darker. Feng Zichen could sense the aura of the Tao ancestor, so naturally, the 3 pure ones, as their direct disciples, could also sense it. At this point, the truth had been revealed. It was not that Jun's method was so brilliant that the saints could not discover it, but that the Tao ancestor's method was too brilliant. Back then, Out of his own bad taste, the Tao ancestor had left many small things on the treasure-snatching rock. These things, how to put it, might not be very powerful, but their functions were definitely strange. Some were for escaping, some were for hiding auras, and some were for attacking. In short, there was nothing they could not do as long as you could not think of it. Looking at the current situation, it was obvious that Dijun had obtained a treasure that could hide auras and used it here. It was no wonder that the saints could not discover the problem. This time, the three pure ones had been cheated by their master, so it would be strange if their faces were not dark. Suppressing his anger, Saint Juti said to Feng Zichen, Taoist friend Gaochen, "Don't be sarcastic. Do you want to see Tai return?" If there was anyone present who did not want to see Tai return, it was none other than Saint Juti. Just as Feng Zichen had said, after Dongwang Tai returned, if he wanted to take revenge, his first target would not be the human clan. The human clan regarded the demon clan as their mortal enemy, but the demon clan did not think so. Their mortal enemy was the wizard clan. If they wanted to take revenge, the first thing they would look for was the wizard clan. The second, of course, was our Saint Junti. If he had not released the 10 golden crows, so many things would not have happened. With this karma, Taoist Junti was naturally unwilling to see Dong Huang Tai return. Humph! Hearing this, Feng Zichen snorted coldly, but did not continue speaking. At this time, the human clan was in a critical period, so he was naturally unwilling to see Tai return at this time. Everyone, let's do it. If we continue to hesitate, Tai will really come back. Saint Tai Ching glanced at everyone and said, he wanted to combine everyone's strength to forcefully interrupt Di Jun's backup plan. Resurrection required time. The more powerful the existence, the longer the time needed. During this period of time, outsiders would have a chance to destroy it. By forcefully interrupting Di Jun's backup plan, even if it could not stop Tai from returning, it could weaken his strength and prevent him from reappearing in his peak state. That's right. Everyone, the other 5 saints, Feng Zichen, and Great Emperor Zawei, nodded in agreement. They did not want to see Tai return. However, when they nodded, Feng Zichen looked at Saint Tai Ching in surprise. He felt that Saint Tai Ching's reaction was a little strange. He was too calm, as if he had expected this situation. There was something strange about this matter. Feng Zichen could not help but ponder. That's right, Saint Tai Ching was indeed very calm, because the situation in front of him was completely within his expectations. How could a saint make such a simple mistake? If they really wanted to stop Bai Zhe, how could Bai Zhe have the chance to activate Di Jun's backup plan? With just a thought, he could freeze Bai Zhe on the spot. He even wanted to spit out blood essence. Dream on. The reason why Bai Zhe could complete his plan so easily was the result of the saint's deliberate plan. The saint had always been unafraid of figuring out Di Jun with the greatest malice. Therefore, even if they searched the entire primordial world, they did not think that they had completely destroyed the backup plan left behind by Di Jun. There must be something left behind by Di Jun in the primordial world. It was just that they could not find it. After thinking about it, the saint felt that Di Jun's backup plan should be related to the ancient demon race. Therefore, they planned to use the ancient demon race as bait to lure out Di Jun's backup plan. If they succeeded, they could destroy Di Jun's backup plan in one fell swoop and solve a huge problem. If they failed, it would be fine. They could use the ancient demon race to deal with the human race. Both sides are beneficial to them. Why didn't the saint use it? This was the thought of the other saints. As for the Grand Pure One, he thought deeper. He was using this method to verify a guess in his heart. It was a very bold guess. Saint Tai Ching suspected that Tai Yi had already been resurrected, but he had not appeared. This guess was not groundless. First of all, the Chaos Bell had disappeared after Tai Yi died. Who could guarantee that Tai Yi's true spirit had dissipated and was not hiding in the Chaos Bell? Secondly, for some reason, the Grand Pure One kept thinking of the Chaos Bell a while ago. That was a whim. Otherwise, why would he think of the Chaos Bell for no reason? Recently, something big had probably happened regarding the Chaos Bell. Apart from the East Emperor Tai Yi, Saint Tai Ching could not think of anything else related to the Chaos Bell. For that, he planned to take this opportunity to test the East Emperor Tai E and see if he had been resurrected. The brotherhood between Di Jun and Tai E was very deep. If they attacked Di Jun's backup plan, Tai E would definitely stop them. However, things were often unexpected. Saint Tai Ching still underestimated Di Jun's brotherhood. Chapter 754. Who would have thought that the backup plan Di Jun left behind was not to revive himself, but to revive Tai? This kind of brotherly love was truly moving. However, it did not matter. The Grand Pure One's goal was only to confirm the life and death of the Eastern Emperor Tai. As for who this backup plan was left behind for, he did not care much. Kill. At a certain moment, everyone attacked. At the same time, they unleashed their divine abilities and blasted towards the core of the volcano. Including Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui, there were a total of 7 primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian figures. When they joined forces to attack one place, their power could be imagined. Rumble. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Unparalleled power erupted, almost drowning everything. It seemed that the 7 terrifying divine abilities were about to blast into the volcano. However, suddenly, Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One changed the direction of their attack. They were actually attacking the demon army and the 10 demon saints in the other direction. In Feng Zichen's hand, Zichen's sword trembled. A resplendent sword light bloomed and enveloped the 10 demon saints. In the Grand Pure One's hand, Tai's horsetail whisk gently flicked, releasing a vast and boundless wave that drowned the countless demon army. Without a doubt, if their 2 divine abilities were to hit, the 10 demon saints and the millions of demon army would definitely not be able to survive. Seeing this sudden change, the hearts of the powerful cultivators at the side could not help but skip a beat. What were they doing? Why did they attack the ancient demons for no reason? And it was a fatal blow. If you were to kill all of the ancient demon race, the gate of the shamans would crumble right away. At that time, the primordial world would be in danger. Just as everyone was worrying about the fate of the demon clan, a bell suddenly rang out from an unknown place. The bell rang slowly, cutting through the past, present, and future. As soon as it appeared with a mighty force that suppressed everything. At this moment, all the Daos and space-time froze. Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One's divine abilities were also frozen the moment they were about to approach the demon army and the 10 demon saints. Clang! After that, another bell chime was heard. The mystical abilities of Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One were instantly destroyed. Bell of Chaos. Tai, you really didn't perish. Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One shouted at the same time when they heard the familiar bell. Then, the 2 of them unleashed their connate cardinal treasures and charged toward the depths of the void. It turned out that Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One did not intend to destroy the backup plan left behind by Di Jun. This was because, in their hearts, Tai had most likely been resurrected, or rather, he hadn't fallen at all back then. Since that was the case, even if they destroyed the backup plan Di Jun left behind, they might not be able to force Tai out. At that thought, Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One made up their minds and attacked the ancient demons. They wanted to use their lives to force Tai out. Tai could ignore the backup plan that Di Jun had left behind for him, but he definitely could not ignore the survival of the ancient demons. Therefore, if Tai was still alive and saw that someone wanted to destroy the ancient demons, he would definitely appear to save them. Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One thought of the same thing. Of course, although the 2 of them were ruthless, they could not really destroy the ancient demons. Therefore, when the 2 of them attacked, they restrained their strength. This was also why Tai had been able to easily destroy their mystiques with a single strike. At that moment, before everyone could figure out the exact situation, they saw Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One charging into the depths of the void at the same time. Rumble. Almost at the same time, a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the void. Clearly, an unimaginable battle was erupting inside. It was also at that moment that everyone understood what had happened. The East Emperor was not dead. Tai of the East Sea was not dead. Just now the chaos bell rang. There was no doubt that the East Emperor Tai had attacked. Otherwise, Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One would not have such a huge reaction and rushed into the depths of the void without caring about anything. The East Emperor Tai was fine or had been revived. This was definitely shocking news. Where had he been all these years? Why did he not appear? Did he have some shocking plan? For a moment, everyone's thoughts were in a mess. However, at that moment, there was a bang. The void suddenly shattered and turned into dust. Following that, a powerful shockwave swept out and turned everything into nothingness. Oh no! When the powerful cultivators nearby saw this, they immediately knew that something was wrong. They did not dare to hesitate and directly took out their Dharma treasures. They tried their best to block the fluctuations from the depths of the void. This power was too strong. If it was allowed to spread, even the entire primordial world would be stirred into nothingness. A primordial chaos expert had the power to destroy heaven and earth, not to mention the 3 primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian who had primordial chaos treasures. They fought fiercely in the depths of the void. The aftermath of their divine powers would definitely cause the destruction of the primordial world. Although everyone joined forces and could not completely block the aftermath of the 3 people's fight, they were still able to limit it to a certain range so that it could not harm the primordial world. On the other side, the Saints' joint attack on the backup left by Di Jun was also hindered. One could see that when the Saints' divine powers fell, the figure of a Taoist slowly appeared in the center of the endless Tao patterns. In an instant, an unparalleled amount of energy permeated the air, shattering all the Saints' techniques and turning them into spiritual energy that dissipated in the air. That Taoist was Tao ancestor Hong Jun. The treasure that Di Jun had obtained from the treasure-snatching rock played a role at this moment and blocked the divine powers of the Saints. It was also at this moment that the great battle in the depths of the void suddenly stopped. 3 indomitable figures appeared in front of everyone. One held the Bell of Chaos, one held the Taiji diagram, and the last held the vast seal. They stood in the void respectively, and a vast aura spread out from their bodies, suppressing the past, present, and future. They were Feng Zichen, the Taiching Saint, and the Dongwang Tai. Fellow Taoists, it's been a long time. Tai of the EC looked up at everyone and greeted them. Greetings, Taoist brother Tai. Everyone hurriedly returned the greeting. Only the Saints, Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Zhuwei, and a few others looked on coldly and did not say a word. Taoist brother Tai's welcoming ceremony is really grand. After greeting everyone, Tai said to the Taiching Saint. Then, without waiting for the Taiching Saint to reply, he turned his head and said to Feng Zichen in an admiring tone, "The poor way of the Zichen clan of the human clan remembers you. I didn't expect that you, who was easily defeated by me back then, would have grown to the point where you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me." After he finished speaking, Tai couldn't help but sigh a little. Back then, when he met Feng Zichen for the first time, he had severely injured him with a casual blow. And when he met Feng Zichen for the second time, the other party was actually able to contend with him for a short time with the help of the Chaos Formation. Now that he thought about it, he still found it unbelievable. Now it was the 3rd time that Tai and Feng Zichen met. It was also this time that Tai was greatly shocked. The young man of the human clan of the past had actually reached this step. Without relying on any external forces, he could compete with him with his own strength. Such talent was truly frightening. After being flattered by Dongwang Tai, Feng Zichen couldn't help but feel a little proud. However, he didn't show it. Instead, he said with a serious face, "6th heaven of primordial chaos. Your Majesty Donghuang's strength is still amazing. As expected of the number 1 expert of the primordial world." That's right. The strength that Dongwang Tai currently displayed was at the 6th heaven of primordial chaos. It was still terrifyingly powerful. Among all the saints, only the Taiching Saint could suppress him in terms of cultivation realm. As for Feng Zichen, only the Ziwei Emperor could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. They were both at the sixth heaven of primordial chaos. As for the other identities, even the strongest North Star was still inferior to him in terms of cultivation realm. Dongwang Tai's strength was evident from this. At the same time, this also meant that Dongwang Tai definitely wasn't resurrected now. He should have been resurrected countless years ago. In other words, he didn't die in the battle between the liches and demons back then. Instead, he faked his death and escaped. If that wasn't the case, Dongwang Tai's cultivation realm wouldn't be so strong. He remembered that when Dongwang Tai died back then, he was only at the third heaven of primordial chaos. Now, he was already at the sixth heaven of primordial chaos, infinitely close to the seventh heaven of primordial chaos. Wouldn't it be an insult to people's intelligence to say that he was resurrected recently? One resurrection directly raised his cultivation realm by 3 heavens. If that was the case, then what cultivation did they have to cultivate? If that was the case, what was the point of cultivating? They could just do sit-ups and revive each time they died. Well, since it was confirmed that Tai wasn't resurrected recently, then the question was, where had Tai been all these years? What had he done? Why didn't he show up? However, despite his doubts, Feng Zichen didn't ask. This was because someone was more curious than him about what Tai had done all these years. Tai, since you've been resurrected long ago, why didn't you show up? What plans did you have for hiding all these years? Saint Juan-Ti asked with a sullen face. At this moment, he was already a little flustered. To be honest, Saint Juan-Ti had thought that Tai might be resurrected, but he had never thought that Tai would be so strong after being resurrected. One had to know that Saint Juan-Ti's current realm was only at the fifth heaven of primordial chaos. Tai, on the other hand, was at the sixth heaven of primordial chaos. This was a realm stronger than him. Back then, he couldn't compare to Tai, so it was fine. However, countless years after Tai's death, he still couldn't compare to Tai. This made it difficult for him to accept. How could Tai be so strong? A wave of anger burned in Saint Juan-Ti's heart, almost drowning his rationality. In his heart, unwillingness and hatred intertwined. He hated that he was inferior to Tai. In fact, Saint Juan-Ti's heart was filled with fear rather than anger. Thinking of what he had done in the past, he was afraid that Tai would settle the score with him. Although saints were immortal, they would still feel pain and be injured. If he couldn't beat Tai, then Tai could beat him and humiliate him. To a saint, this was something that was even more unacceptable than death. Dongwang Tai looked at Saint Juan-Ti meaningfully and said slowly, "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Fellow Taoists, please rest assured. Although I've been resurrected for some time, I've been lost in the chaos and can't find a way back to the untainted land." It wasn't until recently that she vaguely sensed the coordinates of the primordial world and embarked on the way back from the vast chaos. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence. Originally, it would take a long time for poor Wei to return to the primordial world. However, at this moment, a call suddenly came from the primordial world, pulling poor Wei back to the primordial world. It's also because of this that poor Wei was able to appear in time and save the children of our demon clan from the 2 fellow Taoists. I have to thank Big Brother for leaving behind a backup plan. Otherwise, poor Wei would have been lost in the chaos for some time. After saying that, Tai glanced at the backup plan left behind by Di Jun, his eyes full of gratitude. Although he didn't use the backup plan left behind by Di Jun, he felt the friendship in it. After hearing Tai's explanation, everyone hesitated for a moment and chose to believe him. Tai had never lied in his life, because he disdained lying. He was such a proud person. Since Tai said that he was lost in the chaos, then he must have been lost in the chaos. Fellow Taoist, you didn't die. Is it because of the Bell of Chaos? After thinking for a while, the Grand Pure One asked. When the others heard this, they also looked at Tai curiously, looking forward to his answer. It was really strange. Tai had clearly sacrificed himself, so why hadn't he died? It was almost impossible to say that Tai had faked his death. Back then, Tai had sacrificed himself in front of everyone. If he could successfully fake his death like this, then everyone's eyes could be thrown away. Tai definitely had the ability to hide from one or two people. However, if he really had the ability to hide from everyone, the outcome of the battle between the liches and demons would not have been like that. Since he didn't fake his death, why did Tai revive so quickly? Everyone was very curious about Tai's resurrection method. Such a good resurrection method might be used one day. How could everyone not be curious? That's right, it's the Bell of Chaos. It was it who protected me and allowed me to survive the battle between the liches and demons. Nodding, Tai told everyone about his experience. When he sacrificed himself and transformed into the gate of the liches, Tai also thought that he would definitely die. However, he didn't expect that at the last moment, the Bell of Chaos would suddenly erupt with all its strength and protect a trace of his true spirit from being destroyed. Then, the Bell of Chaos brought his remaining true spirit through the barrier of heaven and earth and came to the great chaos outside the realm. The Bell of Chaos, the legendary heaven-opening treasure, had the power to suppress the chaos. When Pangu opened the sky, he used the Bell of Chaos to suppress the chaotic Chaos Chi. The Chaos Chi here referred to the Chaos Chi of the great chaos outside the realm, not the Chaos Chi of the chaos outside the realm. Chapter 755. The Bell of Chaos left the primitive world and entered the great chaos. It was like a fish in water, very comfortable. In the great chaos, the Bell of Chaos operated on its own, gathering Chaos Chi from all directions and condensing Chaos Origin for Dongwang Tai to recover from his injuries. Just like that, with the help of the Bell of Chaos, Dongwang Tai quickly regained consciousness. After regaining consciousness, Tai wasn't in a hurry to return to the primitive world. Instead, he focused on recovering from his injuries in the great chaos. By the time he reassembled his body and fully recovered, countless years had passed. It was also at this time that Tai suddenly realized that he, who had drifted in the great chaos for countless years, had lost his way. He couldn't find his way back to the primitive world. Left with no choice, Tai could only cultivate while searching for a way back to the primitive world. Under the protection of the Bell of Chaos, Tai wasn't afraid of encountering any danger, nor did he have to worry about encountering chaos demon gods. The Bell of Chaos still had the ability to block the chaos demon god senses. Just like this, Tai began to wander around the great primal chaos by himself. Countless years had passed. Although Tai still hadn't found his way back to the primitive world, his strength had increased greatly. He descended from the third heaven of primordial chaos to the sixth heaven of primordial chaos. Primordial chaos experts themselves were Tao. The process of them becoming stronger was to constantly improve their Tao. They absorbed knowledge from the myriad Taos to strengthen their Tao. Therefore, even in the chaos, Tai didn't have to worry about the great Tao being blocked. Without the heavenly Tao, he could directly comprehend the great Tao to improve his Tao. Of course, comprehending the great Tao was more difficult than comprehending the heavenly Tao. But this wasn't a problem for Tai. This was because his talent was very high. He was the strongest among the Khanate god fiends. With the help of the Bell of Chaos, it wasn't too difficult for him to comprehend the great Tao. Peerless talent and peerless treasures. It was because of these that Tai could improve so quickly and reach the sixth heaven of primordial chaos in the chaos. Moreover, the chaos didn't remember years. Only tens of millions of years had passed in the primitive world, but who knew how many years had passed in the chaos? Perhaps Tai had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years in the chaos to reach his current level. In short, as long as one didn't die in the great chaos, it was a great opportunity. As Tai spoke, everyone gradually fell into his story. They started to imagine what Tai had encountered in the chaos outside. At this moment, while everyone was distracted, Tai moved. He leaped and rushed directly to the crater of the volcano, where Di Jun's backup plan was. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to take away the congenital origin before everyone else. Those Khanate essences were left behind by Dijun to revive Tai. But now, Tai had been resurrected. Naturally, there was no need for it. But just because Tai couldn't use it didn't mean that the others couldn't. With so many Khanate essences, any one of the almighty experts present could easily enter the realm of primordial chaos Daoyuo Jingxian. This was an opportunity to attain the Tao. Even if he didn't use it to attain the Tao, these Khanate essences were enough for him to do many things. Just for example, resurrecting Dijun. The power that could revive Tai could naturally revive Dijun as well. This was because everyone knew that Dijun was weaker than Tai. Now, the purpose of Tai's action to snatch these Khanate essences was very clear. It was to revive Dijun. Seeing that Tai was about to rush into the volcano, Feng Zichen, who had been paying attention to him, made his move. Go back. Raising the human Tao imperial seal, Feng Zichen smashed it fiercely at Tai. At the same time, Great Emperor Zui and Saint Taiching also made their move. The Zhouxing diagram and the Taiji diagram appeared at the same time. They each emitted earth-shattering fluctuations and blocked in front of Tai. In front of him was the Zhouxing diagram and the Taiji diagram, and behind him was the human Tao imperial seal. For a moment, Tai was in a situation where he was attacked from both sides. The Khanate essences were right in front of him, but he couldn't get close to them. Among the 3 people who attacked him, other than Feng Zichen, who wasn't his match, the other 2, whether it was Great Emperor Zui or Saint Taiching, were not weaker than him. They were even slightly stronger. With the 3 of them working together, even someone as strong as Tai could only barely resist 1 or 2 attacks. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Under such circumstances, it was simply a fool's dream for him to want to obtain those innate origins. Once again, he was hit by the Taiji diagram and staggered. Tai struggled to support himself and suddenly roared at the sky. In an instant, an invisible ripple spread out in all directions with Tai at the center. Oh no, stop him! Seeing this, Feng Zichen and the other 2 thought of a possibility. Their expressions changed, and they pounced on Tai even harder. At the same time, the 3 of them didn't forget to yell at the 5 saints. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and destroy that ball of Khanate essences. As they spoke, another change occurred in the depths of the volcano. The ball of Khanate essences trembled violently. Then, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen, slowly emerging. Looking at its appearance, it was very similar to Tai's face. It was Tai's clone. That ball of Khanate essences had been prepared by Dijun to revive Tai. However, the moment they attacked, everyone suddenly recognized the origin of the World Tree. Oh no, it's the World Tree. Stop quickly. Don't hurt it. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. Amidst the exclamations, everyone quickly stopped, but they didn't dare to attack the roots of the World Tree. As everyone knew, the World Tree was the only chaos spiritual root in the untainted land and was also the foundation of the untainted land. It was also an object of great importance to the heavenly Tao. If they hurt it, they would have to face the wrath of the heavenly Tao. In an instant, even if they were killed, they would lose a layer of skin. Even if they attacked a saint, they couldn't attack the World Tree. Its identity was that important. In the eyes of the heavenly Tao, the World Tree was much more precious than a saint. After all, with the World Tree, the Eldritch world wouldn't be completely destroyed no matter what. As the World Tree grew, the Eldritch world would also be qualified to advance. How could the heavenly Tao allow such a treasure to be destroyed? Damn it! Seeing the Khanate essences being shattered by the saints, Dongwang Tai was furious. He placed the Bell of Chaos in front of him and pushed fiercely. Instantly, with a clang, the Bell of Chaos collided with the human Tao imperial seal, the Zhouxing diagram, and the Taiji diagram. Rumble. Destructive fluctuations spread out. In an instant, everything melted and everything ceased to exist. Everything turned into nothingness. After a fierce collision, the 4 Khanate cardinal treasures were sent flying back. Poof! 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 The four treasures flew back, and the terrifying recoil came. The four immediately spat out mouthfuls of blood, each of them injured. Among the four, Dong Wang Tai's injuries were the most serious. His body almost collapsed like a broken porcelain, and his entire body was covered in cracks. After all, Feng Zichen and the other two each suffer a portion of the recoil, but he suffered 3 portions. After the four, the ones injured were the great gods. To prevent the four's battle from affecting the Eldritch world, everyone had been trying their best to seal off the battlefield. But this time, the 4 of them had used their full strength, and the aftermath of the divine ability had far exceeded the limits of what they could bear. As soon as they came into contact, they were heavily injured and broke through the defense they had set up. If the other saints hadn't helped at the critical moment and spread the aftermath of the divine powers, the Eldritch world would have been destroyed. Come. Using the opportunity of being sent flying, Dong Wang Tai finally came to the depths of the train. He waved his sleeve and began to compete with the Tree of World for the fragments of the Khanate origin. At this time, every time he collected a fragment of the Khanate origin, it would take less time for him to resurrect Di Jun in the future. Seeing this, Feng Zichen and the other two didn't care about besieging Tai. They also joined the battle for the Khanate origin. Di Jun had left behind too many Khanate origins. Its value wasn't much lower than that of Khanate treasures. If not, how could he resurrect Tai in his peak state? Such a supreme treasure, not to mention others, even a sage would be tempted. After Feng Zichen and the other two, the other saints also joined the fight. For a moment, the scene became even more chaotic. As time passed, for some reason, the crowd started fighting as they fought over the items. A chaotic battle broke out. Clang! Tai suddenly shook the bell of chaos and charged towards Saint Juanti. At the same time, Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning waved the Panga banner and charged toward Feng Zichen. On the other side, seeing Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning charging toward Feng Zichen, Great Emperor Ziwei was about to save him. However, beside him, Saint Taiching suddenly charged over with the Taiji painting. Helpless, Great Emperor Ziwei could only activate the Heavenly Cycle Star map and fight with Saint Taiching. On the other side, Lady of Earth was about to stand up and help when she saw this. However, before she could move, Grandmaster of Heaven had already charged over with the 4 immortal slaying swords. Sighing, Lady of Earth took out the shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation and faced the 4 immortal slaying swords. As for Saint Jiayin, the moment Dong Wang Tai attacked Saint Juanti, he had already run over to help. He joined forces with Saint Juanti to fight against Dong Wang Tai. Otherwise, Saint Juanti alone would definitely not be a match for Dong Wang Tai. As for Goddess Nuwa, she did not appear in this battle. Her identity was too awkward. Even though Empress Hua the demon race had left the demon race, there was still a relationship between them. It was not appropriate for her to attack Dong Wang Tai. Therefore, she decided not to show up to avoid awkwardness. Of course, Goddess Nuwa only had so much friendship with the demon race. After avoiding Dong Wang Tai a few times, this relationship was completely severed. At that time, they would only be fellow Taoists and not fellow Taoists of the past. However, at this moment, Goddess Nuwa had no choice but to make a move. The cauldron of heaven and earth hung down from the sky, emitting an aura that could suppress the universe. It worked together with the great divine abilities and separated the battlefield where Feng Zichen and the others were from the primordial world and threw them into the chaos outside the heavens. After that, the cauldron of heaven and earth stood between heaven and earth, suppressing the restless earth, fire, water, and wind, stabilizing the order of the primordial world. Just as Goddess Nuwa made a move, the few people who were fighting also felt it. They were very cooperative and allowed her to strip the void. It was precisely because of this that Goddess Nuwa and the others could so easily separate the battlefield from the primordial world. Chapter 756. The battlefield formed by the chaotic battle of the 9 primordial chaos experts could not be shaken by the power of Nuwa and the great mediums if they did not deliberately do so. Rumble. As the void trembled, the 9 primordial chaos experts, together with the roots of the world tree, charged into the chaos beyond. After reaching the chaos beyond, the 9 of them no longer had any scruples and attacked each other with all their might. In an instant, the 7 connate ultimate treasures rose into the air. Destructive power was released from their bodies. Even the chaos in outer space couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered with a loud bang. The chaos beyond was shattered and worlds were born. One after another, powerful and vast worlds emerged from the chaos beyond. Then, before they could fully form, they were destroyed by the aftermath of the 9's battle. As the 9 of them fought, countless worlds were born and destroyed. The scene was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. At this point, the outcome of the battle was beginning to show. The first to fall was Feng Zichen, who was fighting with the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. He was reincarnated, and his strength had not reached its peak. In addition, the human emperor's fate was not complete. His strength was only at the early primordial chaos level, roughly comparable to the 3rd sky of primordial chaos. On the other hand, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning was at the peak of the 5th sky of primordial chaos. The difference in strength was not too great, but it could not be taken lightly. As a result, Feng Zichen was constantly suppressed by the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. Bang! Once again, the 10,000 spirit crown was knocked askew by the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. Feng Zichen was completely enraged. He made up his mind and suddenly affected the fate of the human race and the celestial court. In an instant, Xianhua trembled and descended into the chaos beyond. At the same time, the fate that represented Emperor Gaochen in the celestial court also shook and turned into a Gaochen divine beast, pouncing into the chaos beyond. With the 2 great fates of Xianhua and Gaochen, Feng Zichen's aura skyrocketed from the 3rd sky of primordial chaos to the 6th sky of primordial chaos. Kill! Feng Zichen's realm skyrocketed, bringing unparalleled power to Feng Zichen. He held the Zichen sword in his hand, derived the connate sword Dao, and brazenly attacked the heavenly lord of Yuanshi. Seeing that Feng Zichen had summoned the luck of the human clan, the heavenly lord of the origins' eyes lit up. He pushed himself to the limit and desperately activated the Panga banner to fight him. Boom! 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 Panga's banner continued to vibrate, unleashing streams of terrifying chaotic sword chi that seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart, shattering the boundless chaos. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, there was no time for him to think. While he was deep in thought, the terrifying chaos sword chi suddenly erupted, stirring up waves of destruction and shattering the human fortune into pieces. Boom! The human fortune in Feng Zichen's body exploded, turning into light spots that filled the sky and overflowed from his body. At the same time, Feng Zichen's aura began to fall from the 6th heaven of primordial chaos to the perfected 4th heaven of primordial chaos. Attack! Seeing that the human fortune was shattered and gushing out of Feng Zichen's body, the Grand Pure One suddenly shouted. He actually abandoned the Ziwei Emperor and rushed towards the human fortune. On the other side, after hearing the Grand Pure One shout, the Grand Master of Heaven also abandoned the Lady of Earth and rushed towards the human fortune. They were going to plunder the human fortune. However, how was that possible? Fortune was an invisible thing. It could be seen, but could not be touched. It was a power of will, and all power was displayed at the level of will. If one did not obtain its approval, it would be difficult to shake it at all, let alone plunder it. If fortune was really so easy to plunder, the saints would not have to spend so much effort scheming against the human race. They could just snatch it. Not to mention the 5 saints joining forces. Even if the 3 pure ones joined forces, There were only 2 or 3 people in the primeval world who could contend against them. If they really wanted to snatch it, who could snatch it from the 3 pure ones? Fortune could not be snatched by force. However, why did the saints still do that when they knew that? Although Feng Zichen did not understand this very well, he knew that since the saints had taken action, they naturally had their reasons. They would not do something that they were not confident in. That meant that the saints had a way to plunder the fortune of others. Feng Zichen could not figure out what it was exactly. However, no matter what the saints' method was, he was right to stop them. With a thought, Feng Zichen was about to condense the human fortune again. However, the human fortune had just been shattered, and its power was too scattered. For a moment, it did not respond to his orders. Seeing this, Feng Zichen hurriedly took out the human Dao imperial seal. He wanted to use the treasure of the human race to collect the shattered fortune of the human race. However, at that moment, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning forcefully suppressed his injuries and charged towards him again. Panga's banner soared into the sky and blocked the human Dao imperial seal. Helpless, Feng Zichen could only continue fighting with the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. However, just as he was fighting with the heavenly lord of primordial beginning, he did not forget to use a secret technique to contact the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, instructing them to collect the shattered fortune of the human race. Whoosh in the chaos, the Khanate cardinal treasure Taiji diagram and the immortal slaying sword formation swept over one after another, ruthlessly brushing towards the shattered fortune of the human race. In the blink of an eye, a portion of the human race's fortune was swept away. It was also at this moment that Feng Zichen finally saw clearly what method the 3 pure ones had used to take away the fortune of the human race. It was the position of the emperor's teacher. The Grand Pure One was the teacher of the emperor. In the primordial world, respecting one's teacher was not just a saying. It really had a very strong binding force. If one did not respect one's teacher and did not pay attention to the Tao, such a person would not be able to achieve much no matter how talented he was. Therefore, with this master-disciple relationship, the Grand Pure One could temporarily borrow the power of the Emperor to achieve the goal of collecting the fortune of the human race. The fortune of the human race might reject the Grand Pure One, but it would definitely not reject the Emperor Fuxi. Good, good, good. After seeing this scene clearly, Feng Zichen's face was livid as he said, "Good," 3 times. He had long known that the Grand Pure One held the position of the Emperor's teacher and would bring disaster to the human race sooner or later. However, he did not expect the Grand Pure One to be waiting for him at this moment. In theory, even if the Grand Pure One could borrow the power of the Emperor, it was impossible for him to collect the fortune of the human race endlessly. However, what was a cultivator? He was the destroyer of the rules. As long as he could find a loophole, he would be able to tear a huge hole out of it. If he could not even do that, the 3 pure ones would not be worthy of being called saints. With such a huge loophole, like borrowing the power of the Emperor, the 3 pure ones would have a lot of room to operate. In other words, the human race had risen too quickly and did not give them much time to plan. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as reading the fortune. With a whoosh, the Zhouxing diagram rushed over and sent the Taiji diagram flying far away. At the same time, the shadow of the 6 paths of reincarnation quietly appeared and pulled the immortal slaying formation aside. The 3 emperors, who were far away in the fire cloud cave, also began to take action. Vast and unpredictable power surged out of their bodies, breaking through layers of space and reaching the mysterious unknown place's river of destiny. Boom! In the next moment, the river of destiny trembled and emitted vast fluctuations. After sensing this fluctuation, the shattered fortune of the human race suddenly surged into the void and disappeared. It had already returned to the river of destiny. The fortune of the human race. Feng Zichen no longer had any scruples in his heart. He charged toward the heavenly lord of primordial beginning without caring about anything else. Because of the disappearance of the human race's fortune, Feng Zichen's realm fell from the sixth heaven of primordial chaos to the fourth heaven of primordial chaos, and his strength was much weaker. However, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' condition was not good either. His destroyed right arm had yet to recover. It was not that the heavenly lord of primordial beginning did not want to recover, but he could not. If it was just a broken arm, it was naturally not a serious injury to a saint. He could recover in the blink of an eye. However, it was different this time. When Feng Zichen smashed the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' arm, the power of Pangu on the human Tao imperial seal directly branded the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' life mark, erasing the existence of his right arm from his source. In other words, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' right arm had been completely cut off by Feng Zichen. Without millions of years of effort, he would not be able to recover. And in these millions of years, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning could only appear in the world with a one-armed appearance. After losing an arm, the heavenly lord of primordial beginnings' Tao body was no longer complete. It was hard to say what the future would be, but in a short period of time, his combat strength would most likely drop by a lot. His combat strength was temporarily damaged. Facing the fearless Feng Zichen, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning could not help but feel a little powerless and gradually fell into a disadvantage. In particular, when Feng Zichen learned from the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors that 20% of the human race's destiny had been lost, he went completely crazy. That's right. In that short period of time, the Grand Pure One and the Grand Master of Heaven had taken away 20% of a human race's destiny. Ah, he shouted in a deep voice, and the aura on his body suddenly soared again. In the endless starry sky, the Gauchian Imperial Star shone brightly. An incomparably vast origin power surged out and poured into Feng Zichen's body through the connection. At the same time, the Khanate sword Tao drooped down and turned into a ball of hazy light. It merged with the Zichen sword in Feng Zichen's hand and the myriad sword illustration. Whoosh! The myriad spirit crown was also shining. It borrowed the power of all spirits from the human Tao and blessed Feng Zichen's body. At this moment, Feng Zi had used all his trump cards. His strength reached an unprecedented peak and entered the 7th level of primordial chaos. Then, he took a step forward and brazenly charged toward the Grand Pure One. Dying. As soon as he finished speaking, his sword struck out. In an instant, an incomparably dazzling sword light appeared. It was extremely resplendent and illuminated the entire chaos. Whoosh! Under the envelopment of the sword light, the entire chaos outside the sky seemed to have fallen into daytime. It was a vast expanse of whiteness. Oh no! Seeing the sword light slashing over, the Grand Pure One activated the Taiji painting and the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda without hesitation to protect himself. Bang! The sword light swept over and sent the Taiji painting flying. However, it did not hurt the Grand Pure One at all because he still had the protection of the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Seeing that Feng Zichen's sword had missed, the Grand Pure One was about to let out a long sigh of relief. However, just as he finished taking a deep breath and before he could exhale, he saw the Zhouxing painting break through the sky. It was the great emperor of Ziwei. Don't forget that the one fighting with the Grand Pure One was the great emperor of Ziwei. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, how could he not make a move? Not to mention, he and Feng Zichen were at the same time and had the same emotions. However angry Feng Zichen was, he was just as angry. With a bang, the Zhouxing painting crashed into the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda and sent it flying. Needless to say, the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda was indeed the #1 defensive treasure. After being hit by the Zhouxing painting, it was only sent flying and did not suffer any damage. Without the protection of the Taiji painting and the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda, the Grand Pure One appeared in front of the two of them without any defense. However, at this moment, the two of them did not look at him. Instead, they looked at the Heaven-Earth mysterious yellow pagoda in the distance. Chapter 757. A bold idea suddenly surfaced in Feng Zichen's mind. Since the Grand Pure One had taken away 20% of the human race's destiny, he would use the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda to make up for it. If he could obtain the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda, the loss of 20% of the human race's destiny would be nothing. It could even be said that the human race had profited greatly. Although the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda was a postnatal cardinal treasure, its power might not be inferior to a connate cardinal treasure. Moreover, the most precious thing about the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda was never its best defense. Its most precious thing was the layer of heaven-splitting merit in its body. It was this layer of heaven-splitting merit that made the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda extraordinary. That was why the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda above his head was equivalent to being invincible. A layer of heaven-splitting merit could create a heavenly Tao saint. Why could the three pure ones and the Lady of Earth become saints? Why did the three pure ones repeatedly break the rules of the heavenly Tao without paying any price? It was all because they had 10% of the heaven-splitting merit. It was this heaven-splitting merit that allowed them to have the capital to be unrestrained. Although the two layers of human destiny were many, it could not create a saint, let alone rely on it to become the capital to roam the primordial world. If losing 20% of a human race's destiny could be exchanged for the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda, Feng Zichen felt that this deal was completely worth it. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei moved at the same time. They first punched out and forced the Grand Pure One to retreat. Then, with a leap, they arrived beside the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda and wanted to join forces to suppress it. Seeing this, how could the Grand Pure One not understand their plan? They had clearly taken a fancy to his Dharma treasure and wanted to snatch it. How could the Grand Pure One be willing? That was the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda. Ever since the Hongming heaven-measuring ruler was destroyed, it was the #1 postnatal cardinal treasure in the primordial world. Its value was immeasurable. Thief, how dare you? With a thought, the Grand Pure One was about to find his connection with the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda and summon it back. However, due to the impact of the Zhouxing painting, the power of the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda was in chaos and temporarily lost connection with the Grand Pure One. He did not react to his summon. Damn it! Seeing this, Saint Taiching stomped his feet in anger, but he couldn't ignore the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda. He channeled his mana, took out the coiling dragon cane, and charged towards the two. At the same time, he didn't forget to secretly summon back the Taiji diagram, transforming it into a golden rainbow bridge that suppressed the endless space and time. Retreat! Feng Zichen and Emperor Ziwei didn't even turn their heads when they saw the Taiching saint charging towards them. They threw a punch at him. In an instant, dragon roars resounded in the void. The dragon chi of the human Tao and the emperor chi of Ziwei surged out, carrying the power to destroy everything as they charged towards the Grand Pure One. In the face of such powerful punches, even someone as powerful as the Grand Pure One could not help but frown and feel that it was troublesome. But that was it. No matter what, he was still the first among the saints. In this era where Tao ancestor Hongjun did not appear, the Grand Pure One had the title of #1 in the primordial world with his cultivation level at the 7th firmament of primordial chaos. He was worried that the Heaven-Earth Mysterious Yellow Pagoda would fall into the hands of the enemy. At this moment, the Grand Pure One no longer held back and displayed his cultivation level at the 7th firmament of primordial chaos. In an instant, a powerful aura rose from the Grand Pure One's body, stirring up a huge wave of chaos in the chaos outside the sky. Break! The Grand Pure One pointed out with his cane, and a vast and unfathomable mantra of morality gushed out from his hand, turning into divine chains of order that entangled in front of him. At the same time, the rainbow bridge formed by the Taiji diagram suddenly spread forward and blocked in front of the Grand Pure One, colliding with the fist prints of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. Rumble. After suffering this heavy blow, the rainbow bridge formed by the Taiji diagram trembled. Then, there was no more. After all, it was a heaven-opening treasure. How could a mere primordial chaos energy shake it? It could repel it, but it was impossible for Feng Zichen to destroy the Taiji diagram with his current strength. While the fist prints were blocked, the divine chains of order formed by the mantra of morality suddenly rushed to the side of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. They wanted to wrap around the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda and pull it away. Seeing this, Feng Zichen flashed and stood between the divine chains of order and the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. With a whoosh, the Zichen sword was unsheathed. Rays of resplendent sword light swept out and cut off the divine chains of order. Although the divine chains of order were strong, the Zichen sword in Feng Zichen's hand had fused with the Khanate sword Dao. In the true sense, it could cut through everything. Not to mention the divine chains of order. Even if the heavenly Dao appeared in front of Feng Zichen, he would dare to cut it. Of course, it was one thing to be able to cut it, but it was another thing to be able to hit it. Just as Feng Zichen blocked the divine chains of order, Great Emperor Ziwei had already used the Zhouxing diagram to seal the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Kill! As soon as the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda was sealed, the Grand Pure One charged over. The rainbow bridge crossed the sky and slammed into the Zhouxing diagram. The coiling dragon cane waved and attacked Great Emperor Ziwei and Feng Zichen respectively. Go! With a thought, Feng Zichen raised the human Dao imperial seal and blocked the incoming Taiji diagram. As for himself, he joined forces with Great Emperor Ziwei and attacked the Grand Pure One together. The Zhouxing diagram might not be able to block the Taiji diagram, but the human Dao imperial seal definitely could, because its core was the chaos bead, which was also a fragment of a chaos treasure. Who said that the chaos bead fragment had to be inferior to the Pangu axe fragment. The two Khanate cardinal treasures were locked in a fierce battle in the chaos, while their masters were locked in a fierce battle in another place. Just as Feng Zichen and the Grand Pure One were fighting, they did not notice that when the human clan's destiny was in a riot, a change had occurred in the human clan. Powerhouses who had long fallen were reincarnated through the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and joined the human clan. For a time, countless geniuses were born in the human clan. Logically speaking, the reincarnation of powerhouses would definitely produce a phenomenon to show their extraordinariness. However, at this moment, the heavenly Dao did not appear, and the human clan's destiny was in a riot. It stirred up the Khanate Dao in the human clan's territory, causing them to temporarily lose the ability to sense heaven and earth. Without being able to sense heaven and earth, the reincarnations of those powerhouses naturally could not produce the corresponding phenomenon. This was a good thing for them. This time, they did not have to worry about the risk of their identities being exposed under the resonance of heaven and earth. As for the destiny they carried, it did not merge with the human clan. How could a saint make such a huge mistake when making a move? The destiny of their previous lives had long been collected by the saint and placed in various treasures in various places in the primordial world. After they grew up, they would follow the feeling in their hearts to find their own opportunities. The saint's plan was perfect. He had arranged everyone's identities and prepared the opportunities they needed for cultivation. He was just waiting for them to grow up so that they could be used by the saint. What exactly did he want them to do? That would depend on the saint's thoughts and the future direction. However, there would be no harm in burying these spies in the human clan. Sooner or later, they would be useful. Feng Zichen did not know all of this. First of all, the shattering of the human clan's destiny caused him to temporarily lose his perception of the human clan. In addition, this place was the chaos outside the sky and was extremely far away from the primordial world. It caused his control of the human clan to drop to the freezing point. At this moment, his attention was all focused on the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. He was trying his best to get it. How could he have the mood to care about the human clan? With all these factors, he naturally could not sense the situation of the human clan. As for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, they were doing their best to suppress the restless destiny of the human clan so that it could return to normal. At the same time, they could sort out the losses of the human clan this time. They did not have the energy to take care of the current human clan. It could be said that all the peerless experts of the human clan were distracted. It was also because of this that the saint had a chance to plan. Sensing the completion of his plan, the Grand Pure One heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he decided not to continue playing with Feng Zichen and the others. After dragging on for so long, this boring battle should end. Thinking to this point, the Grand Pure One found an opportunity to suddenly retreat. Fellow Taoists, what do you think of this mystical ability of the Poor Way? The Grand Pure One retreated to the side and said as he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei did not reply. Instead, they rushed forward and did not give the Grand Pure One a chance to catch his breath. They knew that villains died because they talked too much. Who knew what kind of variables would happen after chatting with the Grand Pure One for a while? 1 chi into 3 Pure Ones. Seeing the 2 of them rushing over, the Grand Pure One shook his head. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand and suddenly turned into a wisp of clear air. Then, the clear air split into 3 and turned into 3 Taoists with different appearances. One looked young, one looked middle-aged, and one looked old. The young Taoist's face was identical to the Grand Master of Heaven. The middle-aged Taoist's face was identical to the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning. The old Taoist was clearly the Grand Pure One himself. The 3 of them stepped forward and introduced themselves according to their age. Poor Wei Taoist Tai Ching. Poor Wei Taoist Yu Qing. Poor Wei Taoist Shanqing. Greetings, fellow Taoists. 3 seeing this scene, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei could not help but stop in their tracks. This is Feng Zichen recognized the origin of this mystical ability. This mystical ability was called 1 chi into 3 Pure Ones. It was a supreme mystical ability created by the Grand Pure One. It could create 3 clones, each of which had combat power that was not inferior to the main body. Feng Zichen had always scoffed at this saying, thinking that it was impossible. It was not difficult to create 3 clones, but to make them have the same combat power as the main body. One could barely do it, but 3 was almost impossible. It was not that Feng Zichen had not tried before, but he had never done that. Therefore, the conceited him thought that no one could do that. However, he did not expect to see the Grand Pure One use this mystical ability today. It was indeed a slap to his face. Looking at the 3 auras, apart from Taoist Tai Ching. Although the other 2 could not compare to the Grand Pure One, their strength was almost on par with the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning and the Grand Master of Heaven. In other words, the Grand Pure One could be used as 3 people. This mystical ability was really amazing. At the side, the other people who were fighting also revealed expressions of surprise after noticing the changes here. They did not know such a mystical ability. Everyone's expressions were fine, but the Grand Master of Heaven and the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning had strange expressions when they saw Taoist Shanqing and Taoist Yu Qing, who looked similar to them. No one knew what they were thinking. Fellow Taoists, what do you think of this mystical ability of the Poor Way? The 3 of them took a step forward and said in unison, "Wonderful! It's really wonderful." Feng Zichen nodded and praised. Then, he raised the Zichen sword without hesitation and charged towards the 3 of them. The aura could be faked. Before he started, who knew if the 3 Pure Ones that the Grand Pure One had transformed into were just for show or were really capable? Whoosh! The Khanate Sword Dao appeared and turned into a dazzling sword light that slashed towards the 3 of them. Seeing the sword light slashing towards them, the 3 Taoists did not dodge. They stood where they were, and an immortal light rose from each of their bodies and connected in front of them to block the sword light. That immortal light was the 3 Pure Ones' innate mystical ability, the 3 Pure Immortal Light. When an expert attacked, one would know whether or not he was an expert. As soon as the 3 Pure Immortal Light appeared, Feng Zichen knew that the 3 Taoists were really capable and not just for show. Fellow Taoist, since you have already attacked, it's the poor Wei's turn. After blocking the sword light, the three of them said in unison. Then, they did not seem to do anything, but the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda that was suppressed by the Zhouxing painting suddenly trembled violently and was about to break out of the seal. Haha, fellow Taoist, you really have a good mystical ability. However, since we've already experienced your abilities, it's time for you to experience ours as well, the heavenly monarch said with a smile. Without suppressing the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, Feng Zichen laughed and said to the Grand Pure One, Fellow Taoist, please take a look. What do you think of my mystical ability? After saying that, a mysterious mark suddenly appeared between Feng Zichen's eyebrows. In an instant, an incomparably majestic aura spread out, shocking everyone's minds. At the same time, an identical mysterious mark appeared between Great Emperor Ziwei's eyebrows. It also exuded a shocking power. Rumble. The power of the two Tao marks was added together, and the vast and majestic aura became even stronger. Everyone only felt a powerful pressure in their hearts, and it actually made them feel that they could not resist. Freeze! At this moment, they suddenly heard the word freeze. It was Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei's voices. They had attacked. Rumble. An even more vast and majestic power swept out and enveloped everything around them. At this moment, under this power, the entire chaos outside the heavens seemed to have fallen into a stagnant state. The heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, which was still struggling violently before, fell into silence again in an instant. Chapter 758. Panga's Mark. The mysterious mark that appeared between Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei's eyebrows was Panga's mark. As members of the Panga lineage, the two of them naturally had Pangu's mark on their bodies to show their noble origins. Because the two of them used Pangu's mark, the entire battlefield was instantly enveloped by the incomparably majestic power of Pangu. Under this majestic power, everyone who was fighting unconsciously stopped what they were doing. They looked at Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei with a look of surprise and uncertainty. After countless years, someone actually used Panga's mark again. Moreover, it was two members of the Panga lineage who had never fought before. The 12 ancestral sorcerers could transform into Pangu's physical body when they used Panga's mark. The three pure ones could theoretically transform into Pangu's primordial spirit when they used Panga's mark. What about Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei? What could the two of them transform into when they used Panga's mark? Panga's primordial spirit or Pangu's physical body? Because no one had ever seen the two of them use Panga's mark, everyone was looking forward to it. They all watched with great interest. Ignoring the crowd, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei said in unison, Fellow Taoist Tai Ching, how about this remarkable power of ours? As soon as they finished speaking, the remarkable power was unleashed. The Pangu's mark between their eyebrows suddenly erupted with a dazzling Tao light. It condensed behind the two of them and gradually formed two blurry figures. Pangu. These two blurry figures were both Pangu. However, the difference was that Pangu's physical body was condensed behind Feng Zichen, while Pangu's primordial spirit was condensed behind Great Emperor Ziwei. Feng Zichen mainly cultivated the path of gods and demons, and what he cultivated was Panga's true body. Therefore, after he used Panga's mark, what he condensed was naturally Panga's physical body. As for Great Emperor Ziwei, he was born in Ziwei's star and was the god of Pangu. When he used Pangu's mark, he naturally summoned Pangu's primordial spirit. Merge. After Pangu's primordial spirit and Pangu's physical body manifested, Great Emperor Ziwei and Feng Zichen's silhouette swayed and merged into their respective bodies. Then, the two Pangus seemed to suddenly have a mind of their own. They suddenly clenched their fists and threw a punch at Taoist three purities, who had transformed into Saint Tai Ching. This punch was like a casual punch. It didn't use any Dharma treasure, nor did it use any divine ability. There was nothing fancy about it. It was very ordinary. However, in Saint Taiching's eyes, this punch was like the Tao. It controlled everything and encompassed everything. It made him feel like he was invincible. In front of this punch, any divine ability would be ineffective, and any great Tao would be suppressed. This punch could be said to be invincible. If one punch could be said to be invincible, then it was needless to say that Saint Taiching wasn't facing one punch, but two. Double the punches, double the happiness. Rumble. The dazzling fist mark pierced through the chaos beyond the heavens and destroyed the boundless universe. It stirred up a terrifying tide of destruction and ruthlessly struck Saint Taiching's body. With a boom, an earth-shattering power burst forth. The golden bridge formed by the Taiji diagram was sent flying. Without the Taiji diagram's protection, the powerful force spread out and engulfed Taoist three purities. Bang, bang, bang. Three shocking explosions rang out. Taoist three purities' body was shattered by the two punches, turning into fragments of clear qi that filled the sky. The supreme divine ability, one qi into three purities, was broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After a while, the wind from the fist stopped and the chaos returned to normal. The clear qi that filled the sky gathered again and gradually transformed into Saint Taiching's figure. However, at this moment, this tranquil and inactive saint looked a little miserable. His face was pale and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His hair was messy and his Taoist robe was tattered. He looked like a beggar and no longer had any of his previous elegance. Clearly, his divine ability had been broken and he had been hit by the two punches. Even someone as powerful as him didn't feel good. He had suffered heavy injuries. Logically speaking, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui should have taken advantage of the Saint Taiching's injuries and shattered Taoist body to pursue him. They should have expanded their victory and not given him a chance to recover his physical body. However, the two of them didn't do that because they had more important things to do. Taking advantage of the Saint Taiching's shattered Taoist body, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui retreated and went to the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. They refined it with all their might and tried to erase the imprint that the Saint Taiching had left on it. At this moment, the Saint Taiching's Taoist body was shattered. In order to quickly reform his Taoist body, he had no time to care about the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. This period of time was the best opportunity for Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui to refine the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. As for taking advantage of the situation and pursuing him, that was a joke. So what if they completely shattered the Saint Taiching's physical body? At most, they would make him lose face. They wouldn't be able to kill him. Since they couldn't achieve anything, why should Feng Zichen do it? He might as well take this opportunity to refine the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda so that he could completely control this supreme treasure. That was the only way to deal the greatest blow to the Saint Taiching. Losing the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda was a huge loss to the Saint Taiching's strength. Even his luck would be reduced by half. With the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda in hand, the Saint Taiching was equivalent to two saints. Without the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, he was just one saint. The gap between them was already very obvious. As the number one postnatal treasure, the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda naturally had 49 acquired divine seals in its body. They were like divine chains of order that covered the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Rumble. Their divine senses surged out like raging waves and surged into the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. The indestructible acquired divine seal in the pagoda was like clay under the divine senses of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui. It was broken by the two of them without any resistance. Rumble. The imprint that the Saint Taiching left in the divine seal was destroyed by their divine senses one after another. They then imprinted their own imprints. Just like that, in a short period of time, their divine senses broke through the 45 divine seals in the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda like a hot knife through butter. They destroyed all the imprints left by the Saint Tai Ching inside. When they tried to break through the 46th acquired divine seal, which was the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, the two of them finally encountered resistance. In the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, a dazzling purple light floated in the middle of the mysterious yellow light, releasing endless mystery. The mysterious yellow light was 90% of the mysterious yellow origin chi that was born at the beginning of the world. As for the purple light, it was naturally the most precious treasure of the primordial world, the great Tao merit, which was the legendary heaven-splitting merit. There was a full level of heaven-splitting merit in the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. This was the merit that could create a saint. Whoever managed to refine, it would be the destined saint, destined to become a saint. The last 4 divine seals of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda were also there. The first 3 divine seals were in the mysterious yellow origin chi, and the last divine seal was in the heaven-splitting merit. As long as they refined this place, they would completely control the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. However, right in front of the two of them, there was an extraordinary figure standing silently amidst the Xianhuang Qi that covered the sky and earth. Looking at his face, it was the Saint Tai Ching. Taoist Tai Ching is really precious to the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. He actually sent an incarnation to guard the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda to prevent it from being taken away by outsiders. He's really careful. Seeing a Taoist who looked exactly like the Saint Tai Ching at the core of the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, Feng Zichen shook his head and said with a smile, "It was obviously impossible to say that he was the Saint Tai Ching himself, because the Saint Tai Ching was now in the outside world. It was also wrong to say that he was the imprint left by the Saint Tai Ching, because he had a complete body with flesh and blood. This was not the state that an imprint should be in. Moreover, his strength was too strong. He was already standing in the primordial chaos domain. With these conditions added together, the identity of this Taoist was obvious. He must be one of the 3 incarnations of the Saint Tai Ching. Only then could he have such powerful strength. After dealing with the Saint Tai Ching for so many years, Feng Zichen almost knew what his 3 corpses were. The Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, Grand Supreme Elder Lord, Pangu, and Taoist Tai Ching were the 3 corpses of the Saint Tai Ching. As for which one the Taoist in front of him was, Feng Zichen was not sure. However, he could ask if he was not sure. Feng Zichen bowed and asked the Taoist, "How should I address you, fellow Taoist?" The Taoist returned the greeting and said, "Poor Wei, Pangu, Taoist Tai Ching." "Greetings, fellow Taoist Gaochen." Pangu, Taoist Tai Ching. Upon hearing this name, Feng Zichen already knew his background. The 3rd corpse of the Saint Tai Ching was also his self-corpse. At the same time, it was also the most powerful of his 3 corpses. After knowing the other party's background, Feng Zichen could not help but frown. This was troublesome. With their strength, it was not difficult to suppress Taoist Tai Ching, but it would take time. At this moment, what he lacked the most was time. That was because in the outside world, he was fighting with the Saint Tai Ching. How could he spare any energy to fight with Taoist Tai Ching? Thinking of this, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei's spiritual consciousness quietly withdrew from the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. At this moment, it was not the time to make a move. They still had to wait. Although there were still 4 divine restrictions that had not been refined, the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, which had already been refined by him with 45 acquired divine restrictions, had almost fallen into his hands. At most, he would not be able to unleash its full power. To the current Feng Zichen, power was secondary. As long as he had the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda in his hands, it would be fine. Now that he had achieved his goal, he was satisfied. As long as he had the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda in his hands, would he have to worry about not being able to refine the last 4 divine restrictions? After today, as long as he brought the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda back to the human race, Feng Zichen would be able to slowly wear Taoist Tai Ching to death. After their spiritual consciousnesses were restored, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei immediately looked at the Saint Tai Ching. At this moment, he had completely recovered his Tao body. Even the messy hair on his head and the tattered Taoist robe on his body had been restored. However, his pale face and the dispirited aura on his body were not so easy to recover. Even the Saint Tai Ching could not erase the effects left behind by Panga's power. He needed time to slowly recuperate. Silently, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning appeared beside the Saint Tai Ching. The Grand Master of Heaven also took advantage of the time when the Lady of Earth was stunned to arrive in front of the Saint Tai Ching. The three pure ones gathered and formed a triangle, facing off against Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. It was just refining the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda, but such a change had happened. Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei could not help but be stunned. Then, they looked at the three pure ones with a solemn expression. When the three pure ones joined forces, even the Tao ancestor would frown, let alone Feng Zichen. Kill! Without wasting any time, the three pure ones joined forces and formed an inexplicable formation. They brazenly attacked Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. Beside them, Goddess Hoodoo wanted to help when she saw this. However, she was involved in their battle by the combined forces of Tai, Zhuan-Ti, and Jin. The three of them wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created when the five Panga fought. At the same time, they also wanted to know what the trump cards of the five of them were. Among the Panga lineage, only the Witch race had revealed their trump card, the 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation. As for the three pure ones, Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei, they rarely used the Panga mark. As a result, everyone was not very clear about their methods. Now, the two sides had finally fought a bloody battle and were about to reveal their trump cards. How could the three of them allow outsiders to destroy it? Helpless, Goddess Hutu had no choice but to be involved in this chaotic battle. The three sides had grudges against each other. This time they all went all out. For a time, the terrifying fluctuations spread out and actually overshadowed the limelight next door. The three pure ones joining forces did not mean that they had to summon Pangu's primordial spirit. That was a life-threatening method that could not be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Just like the 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation, the most obvious function was to integrate the power of the 12 Witch ancestors and condense it into one. Only in the end could they summon Pangu's physical body. Right now, the three pure ones were not in a desperate situation. They had not reached the point where they could summon Pangu's primordial spirit. At this moment, they joined forces only to integrate the power of the three of them and allow their strength to reach a new peak. In an instant, the aura of the three pure ones connected into one. It was as if they had become one. Their aura rose infinitely. Rumble. At this moment, the three pure ones were like three gods in one. From the past, the future, and the present, they attacked Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei together. Seeing this, the two of them did not dare to hesitate. They once again activated the Panga mark. Rumble. In the vast and boundless aura, the primordial spirits of the two of them, which had transformed into Pangu's primordial spirit, suddenly merged with Pangu's physical body. Rumble. Inexplicably, the chaos outside the heavens became restless at this moment. It seemed to reveal an emotion of fear. Then it began to disintegrate layer by layer. The chaos disintegrated, and a world was born. Endless great path rules were born. They extended from the world and clustered around a ray of light in the void. It was the light that Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei had transformed into. Kill. At this moment, the three pure ones charged over with supreme power and blasted towards the ray of light in the sky. Chapter 759. Rumble. The Tao light shattered, revealing the supreme figure inside. Pangu. The real Pangu. While possessing a physical body, he also possessed a primordial spirit. This Pangu was formed by the combined efforts of Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui. He could be called a little Pangu. His strength was comparable to an expert at the 12th heaven of primordial chaos. Feng Zichen possessed the strength of a 4th heaven of primordial chaos, while Great Emperor Zhui possessed the strength of a 6th heaven of primordial chaos. Even if the two of them worked together, they could at most contend with an expert at the 8th heaven of primordial chaos. But at this moment, after the two of them transformed into little Pangu, the strength they erupted with was comparable to an expert at the 12th heaven of primordial chaos and the great perfection. This increase in strength was simply terrifying. One had to know that the current little Pangu was formed by Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Zhui purely using their own strength. They did not borrow any external forces. The boundless starry sky and the power of the primitive world had not been used. If these two powers were added, the little Pangu's strength would probably reach the realm of Wuji Daluo Jinxian in an instant and become the true peak of the primitive world. Feeling the powerful strength in his body, Feng Zichen felt that his entire body was floating. At this moment, he was the only one between heaven and earth, the center of the universe, the beginning of all origins. He was incomparably great and vast. All Daos had to bow at his feet. Everything between heaven and earth had to obey his orders. He controlled all the authority of heaven and earth. With a thought, he could change heaven and earth. This was not an illusion. He really had the ability to do so. No, it was not Feng Zichen who had this ability. It was little Pangu who had the ability to control everything in this world. As the creator of the primitive world, Pangu had the highest authority in this world. No one could compete with him. If Pangu really did descend, then no one in this world would be able to attack him. However, it was a pity. Although little Pangu was also a Pangu, it still had the word little in it. It couldn't be compared to the real Pangu. Although his power was strong, there was still a limit. If someone's power could surpass his, they would naturally be able to break through his limits. This was called breaking all techniques with one force. However, although there were such people in the primordial world, they were clearly not the three pure ones. Although the three pure ones were powerful when they joined forces, and their strength was comparable to that of a perfected 12th heaven of primordial chaos expert, there were still differences in strength among perfected primordial chaos experts. Without a doubt, Pangu was the strongest among them. History had already proven that Pangu was invincible in the same realm. In the truest sense, there was no one who could compare to him. Kill. With a thought, Feng Zichen urged the little Pangu to attack the three pure ones. Boom! Little Pangu punched out, and all the Daos of heaven and earth manifested, surrounding his fist and supporting him as he punched towards the three pure ones. The punch was already powerful. After being supported by the myriad Dao, it became even more extraordinary. It faintly showed signs of surpassing the realm of primordial chaos. The punch was followed by the myriad Dao. Chaos suddenly exploded, bursting out with waves that seemed to split the world apart. At this moment, under the little Pangu's punch, the scene of the beginning of the world seemed to be repeated. The myriad Dao was born because of it, and the myriad Dao evolved with it. The terrifying waves spread out and directly drowned the three pure ones. Rumble! The power that seemed to split the world apart surged and shook the great Dao of the three pure ones, causing the great Dao that they had worked hard to cultivate to gradually become unstable. One could see that the bodies of the three pure ones were blurring and disintegrating. Under the impact of the power that split the world apart, they were like the broken chaos. They began to transform into energy, showing signs of turning into the origin of the world. At the same time, the great Tao that they had worked hard to cultivate was also distorted. It was as if it was about to be separated from their bodies and integrated into the myriad Tao of heaven and earth. This was a sign that they were about to transform into Tao. The little Panga's punch almost transformed the three pure ones into Tao. This, Tai, Zhuan Ti, and the other two who saw this all gasped and felt a chill in their hearts. This power was really too strong. Was there really anyone in the primitive world who could withstand it? Subconsciously glancing at the bell of chaos in his hand, Dong Wang Tai secretly calculated. He felt that even with the bell of chaos in his hand, he might not be able to withstand the little Pangu's attack. The human clan had really become the general trend. For example, the demon clans of today were far too powerful. At this moment, Tai, who had returned, had truly changed his impression of the human clan. He truly saw them as an opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing that the three pure ones were still struggling, Feng Zichen smiled coldly. He did not use any magic. Instead, he urged the little Pangu to throw punch after punch. What magic! What great Tao! These were completely meaningless to the Pangu. His fist was the strongest magic, the strongest Tao, because he himself was equivalent to Tao. The so-called magic was the understanding of outsiders of him. But no matter how deep the understanding of outsiders was, how could it be compared to his punches and kicks? Boom, boom, boom. Under the continuous bombardment of the little Pangu, one could see that a vast world was slowly taking shape in the chaos. Even if this world had not been completed and was only in its embryonic form, one could see from its current scale that it would be a big world beyond imagination. Although it might not be comparable to the heaven realm, it was definitely much larger than the ordinary upper-class world. And the three pure ones were in the middle of this new world. At this moment, most of their bodies had been shattered. Bright divine blood spewed out and fell into the new world, becoming its nutrients. What was more, under the little Pangu's attack, the origins of the three pure ones were shaken. Along with their shattered bodies, it dissipated and merged into the new world. Broken flesh, splashed bones, and dissipated origins all separated from the bodies of the three pure ones. Then, they were shattered by the little Pangu and turned into the purest congenital origins, dispersing into the new world. Boom, boom, boom. After devouring the origins of the three pure ones, the new world was evolving faster and faster. Its origins were also getting thicker and thicker, faintly showing signs of being comparable to the heaven realm. The origins of the three pure ones were so huge that even the three heaven realms added together could not compare to them. This new world was lucky enough to devour their origins to perfect itself. This opportunity could not be described as heaven-defying. If the world was divided by talent, then this new world was undoubtedly a true genius, and the one at the top. Feng Zichen wanted to sacrifice the three pure ones alive. He wanted to use everything of them to create a new big world to kill them. If he could really do this and turn the three pure ones into a supreme big world, then even if he could not really kill the three pure ones, his vitality would be greatly damaged. If their origins were turned into a big world, then even if they were resurrected, how much power would they have left? How much power would they be able to exert? The three pure ones without origins might still be unkillable, but without power, the threat they posed to Feng Zichen was undoubtedly countless times smaller. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen punched the three pure ones more and more frequently. He wanted to do his best to sacrifice the three pure ones alive. Feng Zichen's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer. Naturally, the situation of the three pure ones was getting worse and worse. Originally, even if the three pure ones were no match for the little Pangu, they should not have been so weak and been defeated in one move. However, who asked them to be injured before this? As a result, they could not fully exert their strength. The primeval Lord of Heaven lost his arm, the Grand Pure One was seriously injured, and only the Grand Master of Heaven was unharmed. Under such circumstances, the three of them joined forces, so their strength was naturally greatly reduced. This won't do. It seems that we still have to use that move. As the origin continued to flow, the three pure ones knew that they could not continue like this. Otherwise, they would be in danger. Therefore, the three pure ones looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. They were going to use the move that they did not want to use. The three pure ones merged and reenacted the primordial spirit of Pangu. This was a move that risked their lives. Because the price was too high, they would not use it unless they had no other choice. However, at this moment, the three Pure Ones had reached the moment of risking their lives. If they did not risk their lives, they would be gone. With a thought, the three Pure Ones were about to activate the Pangu imprint in their bodies and reenact the primordial spirit of Pangu. However, at this moment, an extremely dignified voice suddenly came from the depths of the chaos. Enough! As soon as he finished speaking, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun's figure quietly appeared in front of everyone. Obviously, he was here to stop the war. This was the period of the calamity. Although Tao Ancestor Hong Jun could not interfere with the primordial world, this place was not the primordial world but the chaos outside the heavens. It was his territory, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun's territory. Seeing Tao Ancestor Hong Jun appear, Tai Yi and the other three stopped and retreated to the side. The three Pure Ones, who were suppressed by Feng Zichen, also let out a long sigh of relief and stopped using the Pangu imprint. Since the Tao Ancestor had already appeared, they did not have to risk their lives. It was better not to use the method of reenacting the primordial spirit of Pangu if they could. The moment the Tao Ancestor appeared, 7 of them stopped fighting, but there were still 2 who did not stop. It was Feng Zichen and Great Emperor Ziwei. At this moment, he chose to ignore the existence of Tao Ancestor Hong Jun and continued to attack the 3 Pure Ones. Why did he have to worry about the Tao Ancestor? He was not a member of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Feng Zichen was very dissatisfied with the fact that Tao Ancestor Hong Jun had taken sides last time. He wanted to use his own actions to vent his dissatisfaction. As for the fact that Tao Ancestor Hong Jun was very strong, Feng Zichen chuckled at this. He had countless trump cards now, so he might not be afraid of Tao Ancestor Hong Jun. Yes, that's right. Feng Zichen was arrogant. With the support of the little Pangu, he felt that he was invincible in the world and did not take Tao Ancestor Hong Jun seriously at all. And he did have the confidence to do so. Ever since the boundless starry sky recovered, God Pangu could unleash the power of the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. In other words, Feng Zichen already had the ability to fight against the Wuji Daluo Jingxian. And this was only the god Pangu in the boundless starry sky. He was already so strong. How strong would the Panga Dharma idol that stood in the primordial world be? Feng Zichen had never tried it, but he knew that it was definitely stronger than the god Pangu in the boundless starry sky. This was his biggest trump card, his true life-risking move. It was also because of this that Feng Zichen had the confidence to run amok in the primordial world. This was all brought about by his powerful strength. Boom! An extremely powerful punch was thrown out of the little Pangu's hand towards the 3 Pure Ones who had gradually given up resisting because of the appearance of Tao Ancestor Hong Jun. If this punch hit, the 3 Pure Ones would not be able to escape the fate of having their body shattered. Sigh. Seeing that Feng Zichen did not stop after he appeared, but became even more ferocious, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun sighed. In a flash, he appeared directly under the little Panga's fist. He pointed out and blocked the little Panga's punch. Gouchen, Ziwei, stop. The current you're not a match for the poor way, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun said as he gently forced the little Panga back. To be honest, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun did not want to interfere in this chaotic battle at first. However, after seeing the 3 Pure Ones in danger, he hesitated and chose to take action. After all, they were his disciples. Tao Ancestor Hong Jun could not bear to see them get hurt. In the end, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun was also a person. He had his own emotions and preferences. Therefore, he could not be fair and just. However, Tao Ancestor Hong Jun did not hate this feeling, because only in this way did he know that his heart was still warm. He had not become the cold, heavenly Tao. Tao Ancestor, if you want to save the 3 Pure Ones, take my move first. Feng Zichen was no exception to being forced back by the Tao Ancestor. After all, the gap was there. However, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. They had not fought yet. How did he know that he would lose? Looking at Tao Ancestor Hong Jun, Feng Zichen's heart stirred. He began to draw the power of the boundless starry sky. Suddenly, Zhouxing shone brightly. Boundless star power gathered and turned into a resplendent galaxy. It pierced through the chaos and poured into the little Pengu's body. In an instant, the little Pengu's divine apertures lit up. Shadows of gods appeared and interweaved with terrifying power. At this moment, a shocking transformation happened. The little Pengu's power suddenly soared. He surpassed the primordial chaos realm and entered a new realm, the limitless Tao realm. Feeling the unimaginable power in his body, Feng Zichen thought for a moment and did not continue to draw the power of the primordial earth. To be safe, he should first test Tao ancestor Hongjun's quality and decide whether to continue increasing his power. Seeing the little Pengu's change, Tao ancestor Hongjun nodded and said, "Not bad." Then he swung the horsetail whisk in his hand. A vast and unfathomable power erupted and directly swept the little Pengu away. An existence at the level of the limitless Daoyuo Jingxian couldn't even withstand a single move from Tao ancestor Hongjun. In midair, the little Pengu's body began to disintegrate. The starlight flowed back, and the bodies of Feng Zichen and the great emperor of Ziwei also appeared. They were not injured, but their eyes were filled with confusion. Feng Zichen knew how Tao ancestor Hong Jun defeated the little Pengu. However, it was because he knew that he was confused. Tao ancestor Hong Jun did not follow the routine. The moment he attacked, he directly used the power of heaven and earth. Who could withstand that? Normally, wouldn't the two sides first fight and realize that their strength couldn't defeat the other side before they started to use external forces? Chapter 760. But what was going on with Tao ancestor Hongjun? He used his ultimate move right from the start. He really caught Feng Zichen off guard. Good fellow, I really learned something. I'll do the same in the future. Feng Zichen thought as he flew backward. Little Pengu's strength was already at the level of Daoyuo Jingxian. If Tao ancestor Hongjun used his own strength to fight little Pengu, even if he could defeat little Pengu, it would not be so easy. However, it was different if he used the power of the Way of the Heavens. Unlike saints who could borrow the power of the Way of the Heavens, Tao ancestor Hongjun had already merged with the Way of the Heavens because of the Tao integration. In other words, the power of the Way of the Heavens that he could mobilize was not a part, but all of it. In the primitive world, unless the real Pengu came back to life, no one would be a match for Tao ancestor Hongjun, who controlled the Way of the Heavens. Fortunately, in most cases, the Way of the Heavens controlled Tao ancestor Hongjun, and the situation of Tao master Hongjun controlling the Way of the Heavens would only happen under extremely rare circumstances. Coincidentally, the current situation was extremely rare. Sigh, Tao ancestor Hongjun is still so invulnerable. He doesn't give anyone a chance to test his strength. Feng Zichen thought silently as he stood firmly in the chaos. He did not think of defeating Tao ancestor Hongjun when he attacked him just now. He just wanted to use this opportunity to test his true strength. He did not expect Tao ancestor Hongjun to do things so flawlessly. He did not give him any chance to test him at all. He directly used the power of the Way of the Heavens and defeated little Pengu with one strike. Tao ancestor, are you going to protect the three pure ones? Feng Zichen asked Tao ancestor Hongjun from afar. He was hinting at Tao ancestor Hongjun to give him some benefits. Only then could he let the three pure ones go. Since Tao ancestor Hongjun had appeared, no matter what, Feng Zichen could not touch the three pure ones today. Since he was going to let them go anyway, he might as well take the opportunity to ask for some benefits. The Tao ancestor was a man of rules, especially after he merged with the Tao. Although he sometimes had some selfish motives, in most cases, he was still able to follow the rules. In this situation, it was not easy for him to suppress the three pure ones. Even Tao ancestor Hongjun would not let him release the three pure ones without paying a price. Was the Tao ancestor someone who bullied others? Obviously not, at least not on the surface. I'll give you the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth. I'll also give you this new world. Is this enough?" After frowning and thinking for a while, Tao ancestor Hongjun said. Anyway, it wasn't his thing, so he wouldn't feel bad if he gave it away. Hearing this, Feng Zichen almost laughed out of anger. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth had already fallen into his hands. Whether the Tao ancestor gave it to him or not, it was his. Now that the Tao ancestor said that he would give the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda to him, wasn't it a little ridiculous? However, on second thought, Feng Zichen felt that something was amiss. Tao ancestor Hongjun should not be such a superficial person. Then he understood what Tao ancestor Hongjun meant. The Tao ancestor's words should mean to end karma. As long as Feng Zichen accepted the Tao ancestor's conditions, the karma of him snatching the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth would be over. In the future, the Grand Pure One would not be able to use this as an excuse to find trouble with him. That was because once the Tao ancestor opened his mouth, the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth would no longer have anything to do with the Grand Pure One. Thinking about it, the conditions were not bad. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth might not be enough, but with the addition of the new world, Feng Zichen was tempted. The new world was even vaster than the top-notch major Kiliacosm. Although it was not as good as the Heaven Realm now, it had the potential to become the Heaven Realm. The essence of the three pure ones was not devoured for nothing. As long as it was given enough time, it would definitely grow to the point where it could compare to the Heaven Realm in the future. However, it was precisely because this world had devoured the essence of the three pure ones that it had a very close connection with the three pure ones. Therefore, even if this world was created by Feng Zichen, he could not completely control this world. However, once Tao ancestor Hongjun opened his mouth, this new world would be like the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth. It would completely have nothing to do with the three pure ones and completely belong to Feng Zichen. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen decided to agree to Tao ancestor Hongjun's conditions. As a person, he had to know when to stop. He did not really suppress the three pure ones completely. They still had trump cards that they had not used. If he really forced them into a corner, the three pure ones would brazenly use their trump cards. Then, Feng Zichen would not be able to get anything. Tao ancestor, you're generous. Feng Zichen nodded and said. At the same time, with a thought, he removed the suppression on the three pure ones, allowing them to regain their freedom. Whoosh, a clear light flashed, and the three pure ones walked out of the new world. They did not look for Feng Zichen. Instead, they silently walked behind Tao ancestor Hongjun and stood there without saying a word. Obviously, they also felt embarrassed to be suppressed by others. Feng Zichen released the three pure ones according to the agreement, so Tao ancestor Hongjun would naturally do what he promised him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth suddenly trembled inexplicably. Then, a divine light flashed, and Taoist Tai Ching, the self-corpse that the Grand Pure One had left in the pagoda, flew out and returned to the Grand Pure One's body. The last four divine restrictions at the core of the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth were also completely open to Feng Zichen. With a thought, he refined the four divine prohibitions. From now on, the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth would be surnamed Feng. It would have nothing to do with the three pure ones anymore. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In another place, the newly born great world was also trembling. Mysterious threads were being severed one after another. Those were the threads of karma. When they were cut off, it meant that the karma between the three pure ones and this new world was disappearing. From now on, they would have no connection with this world. With a thought, Feng Zichen took out the broken arm of the heavenly lord of primordial beginning and threw it into the new world as nutrients for its growth. Seeing this scene, the heavenly lord of primordial beginning's face was extremely gloomy. He felt a surge of anger rising in his heart, wanting to burn the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He had never experienced such humiliation in his life. To the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning, this scene was the most humiliating scene in his life. He would never forget it. At the same time, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's hatred for Feng Zichen rose to the extreme. However, he did not attack Feng Zichen. Under his extreme anger, the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning strangely calmed down. He was not in a hurry to take revenge. Physical injuries could not cause any harm to Feng Zichen at all. Only by destroying what he cherished the most could he feel the pain from the bottom of his heart. Only in this way could the hatred in the Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning's heart be resolved. The human clan? Without a doubt, what Feng Zichen cherished the most was the human clan. Then he would destroy the human clan. At this moment, the extremely angry Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning secretly decided to destroy the human clan to complete his revenge on Feng Zichen. "Greetings, teacher." Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Dongwang Tai walked over and bowed to Dao Ancestor Hongjun. "It's Tai. Have you returned from the chaos? You're much faster than poor Wei thought." A smile finally appeared on Dao Ancestor Hongjun's face when he saw Tai. However, the meaning in his words was that not only did he know that Tai was not dead, but he also knew that he had gone to the chaos outside the realm. It was really surprising. "Thank you, teacher." Hearing this, Tai bowed again. It turned out that the reason why Tai had gone to the chaos outside the realm was secretly pushed by Dao Ancestor Hongjun. Back then, after the Chaos Bell protected Tai's true spirit, it wanted to return to the Sun Star to hide. However, Dao Ancestor Hongjun thought for a moment and secretly sent the Chaos Bell out of the primordial world. If he continued to stay in the primordial world, it would only cause Tai to be entangled in the mortal world and delay his cultivation. The Dao Ancestor cherished talent and did not want to see Tai fall, so he sent him out of the primordial world so that he could cultivate in peace in the chaos. After greeting everyone, the people of the Celestial Sect of Wonders followed Dao Ancestor Hongjun to the Purple Cloud Palace. After greeting Feng Zichen, Goddess Hutu also left. Great Emperor Zhui shook his head and returned to the boundless starry sky with a sigh. At this moment, only Feng Zichen was left in the vast chaos outside the heavens. It was not that he did not want to leave, but he walked slowly. Feng Zichen could not leave the new world in the chaos outside the heavens. He had to bring this world back to the primordial world. A vast world that was far more vast than the upper-class world was far heavier than imagined. Feng Zichen dragged it along, so his speed naturally slowed down. In this way, after rushing for hundreds of years in the chaos outside the heavens, Feng Zichen returned to the primordial world. After returning to the primordial world, things were much simpler. Feng Zichen summoned hundreds of Taoist priests and handed the new world to them so that they could pull the human race back. As for himself, he returned to the human emperor palace to cultivate in seclusion. Boom! In the void, Exionhor rose and emitted an astonishing power, distorting everything around it. After hundreds of years of cultivation, the destiny of the human race had completely recovered and reappeared in front of Feng Zichen. However, the 20% of destiny that had been taken away by the saint could not be recovered. Looking at the destiny of the human race that had been reduced by 1/5, Feng Zichen's face was full of pain. However, this pained expression only stayed on his face for a moment. When he saw the mysterious yellow pagoda in his hand, it disappeared completely. Instead, it was replaced by a smug smile. Exchanging 20% of the human race's destiny for the mysterious yellow pagoda, an acquired merit cardinal treasure, was a profitable deal no matter how one looked at it. Go! Collecting his thoughts, Feng Zichen held his breath and focused. Suddenly, he activated the mysterious yellow pagoda and sent it into the destiny of the human race. Rumble. At this moment, the destiny of the human race shook violently, setting off terrifying waves that almost overturned the roof of the human emperor palace. At the critical moment, Feng Zichen activated the human Dao Emperor seal. In time, to suppress the rampaging destiny of the human race. Just as the destiny of the human race was shaking, the mysterious yellow pagoda was affected and its form also changed, gradually transforming from a real object to an illusory one. After Feng Zichen stabilized the destiny of the human race, the mysterious yellow pagoda also completely became an illusory object, looking like a complete shadow. Refined. At this moment, Feng Zichen used a secret technique and activated the Tao fire, refining the shadow of the mysterious yellow pagoda into the destiny of the human race. The price of destroying the mysterious yellow pagoda was too great, and Feng Zichen could not bear it. Therefore, he simply integrated the mysterious yellow pagoda into the destiny of the human race, turning it into the treasure of destiny of the human race. In this way, Feng Zichen would no longer have to worry about someone shaking the destiny of the human race. If the mysterious yellow pagoda could not be broken, the destiny of the human race could not be touched. And if the mysterious yellow pagoda was broken, there was no need to touch the destiny of the human race. Under the wrath of the heavenly Tao, it was enough to blast the existence that broke the mysterious yellow pagoda into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. On this day, the torch flame jumped and suddenly turned into the appearance of the mysterious yellow pagoda. Seeing this, Feng Zichen was slightly delighted. It was done. The mysterious yellow pagoda had been completely integrated into the destiny of the human race. After sensing it carefully for a while, one could find that the destiny of the human race did not increase much after it was integrated into the mysterious yellow pagoda. However, there were many more balls of light inside the mysterious yellow pagoda. The mysterious yellow pagoda was divided into 9 levels. The first 8 levels were distributed with balls of light of different sizes. Those balls of light were none other than the destiny of the human race. After merging with the destiny of the human race, the mysterious yellow pagoda became the Tower of Destiny. The destiny of the human race would be projected into the mysterious yellow pagoda, turning into balls of light of different sizes. According to their strength, they were respectively thrown into the 8 levels of the mysterious yellow pagoda. The stronger the destiny of the person, the higher the level. At the top of the mysterious yellow pagoda, there was only 1 ball of light on the 9th level of the pagoda. It was larger and brighter than the other balls of light. At the same time, it was more noble. It quietly hung at the top of the mysterious yellow pagoda, but it emitted an aura that was respected by all races. This was the Human Emperor Tao fruit. The complete Human Emperor Tao fruit. After the destiny of the human race was completely integrated with the mysterious yellow pagoda, Feng Zichen used the 10% of the merit of splitting the sky as a medium to summon the complete Human Emperor Tao fruit from the human Tao. As soon as the Human Emperor Tao fruit was born, it hung high at the top of the mysterious yellow pagoda, shedding endless light. What a great Human Emperor Tao fruit! After praising, Feng Zichen let go of his mind and directly escaped into the mysterious yellow pagoda. He was about to pluck the Human Emperor Tao fruit and become a true human emperor. Logically speaking, it should be easy for Feng Zichen to become the human emperor now. After all, he had obtained the mysterious yellow pagoda and had the protection of 10% of the merit of splitting the sky. 10% of the merit of splitting the sky was enough to become a saint, let alone a human emperor. However, the reality was that people often like to say no to self-righteous people. Feng Zichen's mind rushed all the way to the 9th level of the mysterious yellow pagoda. He was about to pluck the Human Emperor Tao fruit, but at this moment, an accident happened. No matter how hard he tried, he was still a little bit away from the Human Emperor Tao fruit. He could not touch it. In an instant, Feng Zichen's face darkened, because he knew that there was a problem with the human race. Otherwise, he would have touched the Human Emperor Tao fruit. Chapter 761. How could this be? With doubts in his heart, Feng Zichen suddenly looked at the human clan. In the past few years, the human clan had always been under his control, and there should be no problems. But now, the reaction of the human emperor's Tao fruit clearly told him that the human clan was not as peaceful as he had imagined. Did something happen when I was in the war in outer space? With a thought, Feng Zichen figured out what the problem was. Recently, he was not in the human clan when the war in outer space was in chaos. The rest of the time, he was in seclusion in the human emperor palace. If something happened to the human clan, there was no other possibility except during this period of time. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen's divine consciousness surged out and enveloped the entire human clan territory in the blink of an eye. At this moment, everything that had happened in the human clan territory in the past 100 years was clearly reflected in his mind. TSK, no problem. It seems that I still underestimated the saint. After carefully going through his memory, Feng Zichen did not find any problems. At this time, he had to admire the saint's methods. He was really meticulous in his work, and no one could find any clues. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to the countless balls of light in the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda. That was the fate of all living beings of the human clan. Although the future trajectory of all living beings could not be seen from these balls of light, the strength of their luck could be seen. With a thought, the luck of all the people in the heaven and earth mysterious yellow pagoda was reflected in Feng Zichen's mind. First, Feng Zichen did not find any problems. Then, he was unwilling to give up, so he went through it again and again. On the sixth time, Feng Zichen finally found the problem. He found that some of the human clan's luck, although not very high, had some kind of connection with the innate spirit treasure. Now, that was interesting. As the saying went, the higher the luck, the better the luck, and the higher the probability of obtaining the innate spirit treasure. Conversely, it was the same. Those who had higher luck than them could not obtain the innate spirit treasure. Why were these people with lower luck fated with the innate spirit treasure? It would be strange if there was no problem. With a thought, Feng Zichen went through the memories of the human territory for nearly 100 years. After comparing them with the memories of these people with abnormal luck, he found an interesting fact. These people were all born during this period of time. Interesting, this is getting more and more interesting. Seeing this, Feng Zichen couldn't help but smile. The methods of the saints were becoming more and more untraceable. Today, if he hadn't accidentally obtained the black and yellow pagoda of heaven and earth and turned it into the Tower of Providence of the human race, he would have had the ability to detect the strength of the providence of the masses. In that case, Feng Zichen might have been deceived by the saint. No, that was not right. He had been deceived by the saint. It was only because of the appearance of the mysterious yellow pagoda that Feng Zichen accidentally discovered the sage's plan. This was the benefit of having high providence. It had to be said that the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth was indeed a treasure with 10% of the merit of creation. It had given Feng Zichen such a big surprise as soon as he got it. I wonder if the three pure ones will be so angry that they will vomit blood when they find out that the reason why I was able to see through their plan was all thanks to the help of the mysterious yellow pagoda of heaven and earth. Thinking of this, Feng Zichen laughed inexplicably. In his mind, he had already imagined the expressions of the three pure ones. They must be very aggrieved. Amidst the laughter, Feng Zichen suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed toward the outside world. After a burst of distortion in the void, a figure appeared in front of Feng Zichen. This was the one who was closest to him among those with abnormal luck. Feng Zichen grabbed him and pulled him over. Feng Zichen did not say anything, nor did he give that person time to react. With a thought, he froze that person's space-time. Then his divine thoughts surged out and directly poured into that person's sea of consciousness. Well, nothing unusual. Feng Zichen's divine thoughts circled around that person's sea of consciousness and found nothing unusual. And this was the biggest anomaly. If there was nothing unusual, how could this person have a connection with the innate spiritual treasure? Great! After scanning that person's sea of consciousness again, Feng Zichen suddenly raised the mark of the Great Path between his eyebrows. That was the real name given to him by the Great Path. It had indescribable power and was the most mysterious and mysterious. A purple light flashed between Feng Zichen's eyebrows, and a mark of the Great Path appeared. Suddenly, an inexplicable sound of praise came from heaven and earth, as if countless gods had appeared and praised Zichen's name in unison. That was the real name given to Feng Zichen by the Great Path. It had unfathomable power. Rumble. The mark of the Great Path appeared, and an incomparably noble aura erupted. It was vast and mighty, exuding a power that could destroy all illusions. Crack, crack, under the majesty of the Great Path, that person's sea of consciousness suddenly shattered. It was actually unable to withstand this power. It was also at this moment that a wisp of endless power was forced out by the power of the Great Path from the shattered fragments of the sea of consciousness. This power had no source or end. It was immortal and indestructible, neither increasing nor decreasing. It was eternal and unique. Under the majesty of the Great Path, it was not destroyed. Instead, it resisted it. From this power, Feng Zichen felt a familiar aura. It was the power of the path of reincarnation. This kind of endless and unique characteristic that could barely resist the power of the Great Path was also in line with the conditions of the power of reincarnation. With a thought, Feng Zichen used the power of reincarnation that he had. When the 6 Paths of Reincarnation disc was first born, Feng Zichen had obtained a portion of its power. Although it was only a small portion, it was enough for Feng Zichen to use the power of reincarnation. And this was something that even the Lady of Earth did not know. Boom, boom, boom. The aura that belonged to the path of reincarnation was emitted from Feng Zichen's body. Under the support of the Great Path imprint, it suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, it had increased by more than 100 times. Of course, it was only the aura that soared. His own power did not soar by much. This move was good for scaring people, but if he really fought, he would be exposed. Boom! Under the support of the Great Path imprint, the reincarnation aura on Feng Zichen's body already had a trace of the embryonic form of the path. At this moment, he seemed to have become the incarnation of the path of reincarnation. After sensing the aura on Feng Zichen's body, the surrounding power of reincarnation surged into Feng Zichen's body like swallows returning to the forest. Soon, the surrounding power of reincarnation dissipated. Without the cover of the power of reincarnation, the true scene in that person's sea of consciousness appeared in front of Feng Zichen without any concealment. What he saw was a slumbering, innate true spirit. Boom! A majestic divine thought surged out and directly enveloped the innate true spirit. Soon, everything about him appeared in Feng Zichen's mind. The reincarnation of the ancient Tai Taoist Lord. After knowing the origin of that person, Feng Zichen's expression finally changed. Then he secretly caught a few problematic humans and examined them carefully. The results were no different from the previous person. They were also the reincarnation of the ancient Taoist Lord. Next, there was no need to investigate. Those problematic humans were probably the reincarnation of the ancient experts. Moreover, Feng Zichen believed that these problematic humans were not only the reincarnation of the ancient Taoist lords, but also the reincarnation of the ancient Taoist priests, mighty figures, and even the reincarnation of the great medium. The 3 pure ones were going to mess up the foundation of the human race. The 3 pure ones' methods are really unbelievable. They can actually bypass the Lady of Earth and forcefully interfere with the 6 paths of reincarnation. How terrifying! Shaking his head, Feng Zichen said solemnly, "These people were the pawns of the saints." He was not surprised. It could even be said that he had expected it. However, while these people were the pawns of the saints, they were also the reincarnations of the ancient Taoist lords. This surprised Feng Zichen. It was impossible for the Lady of Earth not to inform the human race of such an expert reincarnated into the human race. No, more accurately, the Lady of Earth would not let these ancient experts reincarnate into the human race at all. The human race and the witch race were allies. The Lady of Earth had no reason to stab the human race in the back. Moreover, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu was still in the Netherworld. If the Lady of Earth really did that, she would not be able to hide it from him. There was nothing unusual with the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, and the Lady of Earth did not inform him. That meant that the Lady of Earth did not know about this. Just this point alone was terrifying. The three pure ones actually had the ability to hide from the Lady of Earth's perception and use the 6 paths of reincarnation. What kind of terrifying power was that? If he could not figure out the origin of this power, Feng Zichen felt that he would not be able to sleep well. With a thought, Feng Zichen contacted the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu and asked him to go to the Hall of Reincarnation to ask the Lady of Earth. From Feng Zichen's point of view, the Lady of Earth most likely did not know about this. Otherwise, she would not have not informed the human race. However, it did not matter if she did not know. Since he already knew the outcome, it would not be difficult to deduce what method the three pure ones had used to hide from the Lady of Earth's perception and forcefully activate the 6 paths of reincarnation. After informing the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu to head to the Hall of Reincarnation, Feng Zichen looked at the heaven-earth mystic yellow pagoda again. He was thinking about how to treat the reincarnations of these ancient experts. Now, although they were still loyal to Feng Zichen, as they became stronger and their memories of their previous lives slowly recovered, they would gradually walk away from Feng Zichen and fall into the embrace of the saint. At that time, they would become enemies with Feng Zichen. Don't say anything about roping them in, because it was meaningless. From the moment they were born, they were destined to stand on the same side as the saint and become enemies with Feng Zichen. These ancient powerhouses had long fallen in the ancient times. Even their innate true spirits had been shattered. They were deader than dead. It was the three pure ones who used their supreme power to condense their innate true spirits again. They also arranged for them to reincarnate into the human race and revive them. They gave them a chance to start over. This was the grace of rebirth. They could only repay it with their lives. If they did not want to die, they could only throw themselves into the embrace of the saint and become enemies with Feng Zichen. There was no point in roping them in other than wasting his breath. That was because their lives belonged to the three pure ones from the beginning. As for joining the saint, was it considered betraying the human race? What a joke. What did joining the saint have to do with betraying the human race? Couldn't the human race go to the saint's sect to learn the Tao? One had to know that even the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had once cultivated under the saint. Not to mention, the human race who cultivated the immortal path did not know how to fight back. Could it be that they had betrayed the human race? If they joined the saint, even if they betrayed the human race, the huge human race would not need the saint to plot against them. They could directly fall apart. As long as these reincarnated experts still recognized their identity as the human race, then their betrayal of Feng Zichen and joining the saint could at most be said to be a rebellion, not a betrayal of the human race. Why could Feng Zichen become the human emperor, but we can't? Was it because he was born a level higher than us? Man can conquer the heavens. Kings, generals, and ministers would rather have the guts. The emperor took turns to sit. This year was my turn. Rebellion, uprising, that was probably the case. It was estimated that the saint's purpose of letting these ancient experts reincarnate into the human race was to rebel against Feng Zichen. The current human race was already out of their control, and they could not take it back. Since that was the case, they might as well reshuffle the human race's forces, set things right, and lead everything back on the right track. If these ancient experts reincarnated into the human race could overthrow Feng Zichen's rule, then not only would the 3 pure ones successfully prevent Feng Zichen from becoming the human emperor, but they would also take the opportunity to regain control of the human race. Moreover, as these ancient powerhouses assimilated into the human race, their luck naturally assimilated into the human race as well. In this way, the luck of the human race would skyrocket. The 3 pure ones would also control a stronger human race. If these ancient experts' reincarnations were unable to overthrow Feng Zichen's rule, they would be defeated by him. That was fine. With the 20% of the human race's luck in their hands, coupled with these ancient experts' reincarnations, the three pure ones could also achieve the goal of dividing the human race and weakening the human race's strength. It had to be said that the three pure ones' plan was shrewd. In any case, they would not be at a disadvantage. As for their plan, Feng Zichen did not have a good way. What could he do if his subordinates wanted to rebel? Could Feng Zichen restrain everyone's ambitions? Feng Zichen did have a way to curb their ambitions. But if they had no ambition, they would have no goal to strive for. How could they work hard to cultivate? This was not in line with Feng Zichen's original intention to strengthen the human race. Therefore, not only could he not curb their ambitions, but he also had to find a way to breed their ambitions. Only with a strong ambition would one be able to use the motivation to climb up and work even harder to cultivate. Sigh, three pure ones, you've really given me a big problem. Feng Zichen sighed with an inexplicable expression. He waved his sleeve, and the black-yellow pagoda of heaven and earth suddenly trembled violently. Then he saw that the luck inside began to merge. Soon, 9 karmic positions were born, exuding a mysterious aura. This was the human king karmic position, just like the 9 kings in the ancient times. It was born from Feng Zichen's luck of the human race. However, unlike the 9 kings in the ancient times, the kings born from the luck of the human race were not Daluo Taoist priests, but saged to be mighty figures, or even stronger. Chapter 762. Combine. Feng Zichen looked at the 9 newly born human king karmic thrones and suddenly guided them to crash into the 9 cauldrons in the depths of the earth. Rumble. At this moment, the 9 cauldrons vibrated and their power suddenly increased by several times. The seal that the saint had placed on them suddenly shattered. In the blink of an eye, the 9 cauldrons reappeared and the boundary of the 9 states reappeared. A faint light screen appeared in the sky above the human territory and enveloped the entire human territory. At this moment, the foreign cultivators who had sneaked into the human territory while the boundary of the 9 states was broken and the immortal dragon city had yet to appear were instantly in danger. Rumble. Thunder boomed in the sky above the human territory. Lightning snakes danced in the sky, shooting out billions of tribulation lights that crashed down on the human territory. In an instant, countless screams were heard. Those with ulterior motives who were hidden in the human territory and were detected by the boundary of the 9 states were all targeted by the tribulation light. They were struck into ashes and did not even have the chance to reincarnate. Rumble. While the boundary of the 9 states was targeting the foreign cultivators, the immortal dragon city suddenly rose and released a huge amount of power to firmly seal off the human territory and completely cut off the human territory from the outside world. At this moment, only people could enter the human territory. Those foreign cultivators who could not escape the human territory and were detected by the boundary of the 9 states had no other choice but to die under the tribulation light. In the human territory, the tribulation light lasted for several months before it slowly subsided. At this moment, although not all of the spies that the foreign cultivators had planted in the human territory had been eliminated, at least 99% of them had been eliminated. Now it seems that the human territory is much cleaner than before. Looking at the current state of the human territory, Feng Zichen could not help but nod in satisfaction. Then, he looked at the 9 king karmic thrones. At this moment, the 9 king karmic thrones had merged with the 9 cauldrons. Each king karmic thrones corresponded to 1 cauldron. 9 king cauldrons. After merging with the 9 cauldrons, the 9 king karmic thrones had also undergone a transformation. Originally, the 9 king karmic thrones could only exert the power of a sage-to-be. But now, with the support of the 9 cauldrons, the 9 kings karmic rank could already exert the power comparable to that of a powerful medium. In other words, as long as Feng Zichen was willing to bestow the 9 karmic titles to others, the human tribe would have 9 more powerful divines in an instant. From this, one could see how strong the human race's providence was. However, Feng Zichen did not do so. He waved his big sleeve and suddenly sent out a strong wind, which actually shattered the Nine Kings karmic rank. With a boom, the Nine Kings karmic rank exploded into 810 pieces. Every fragment was emitting a mysterious aura. If a human cultivator were to obtain it and refine it, they would instantly possess the power of the half-step Daiyuo Taoist priests. If someone could collect all 9 fragments, then they would have power comparable to the Daiyuo Taoist priests. If someone could collect all 36 fragments, then they would have the power comparable to that of a sage-to-be. If someone could collect all 90 fragments, then they would directly become the human king karmic rank and possess the power comparable to that of a powerful medium. Of course, if someone could collect all the fragments of the human emperor karmic rank, which was 810 fragments, then they could challenge Feng Zichen and compete with him for the position of the human emperor. In short, the more fragments of a human king karmic rank one possessed, the stronger one's strength would be. Go! With a thought, Feng Zichen threw all 810 fragments of the human king karmic rank out toward the human tribe territory. Out of the human emperor palace, the fragments of the human king karmic rank immediately changed as soon as they came into contact with the chi of the mortal world. They could become magic treasures, Taoist scriptures, divine abilities, living beings, or even miraculous elixirs. In short, there was nothing that the fragments of the human king karmic rank could not change. Whoosh, a breeze blew, and the fragments of the human king karmic rank that had changed their appearance disappeared directly. They were hidden in various parts of the human tribe, waiting for the destined ones. 3 pure ones. You are forcing me to raise venomous insects. Looking at the disappearing fragments of the human king karmic rank, Feng Zichen said helplessly. The purpose of releasing these fragments of the human king karmic rank was to raise venomous insects. He would let the geniuses of the human tribe compete with each other and finally choose 9 invincible human kings. When he fought with the North Sea Demon tribe last time, Feng Zichen had already noticed that the human tribe was getting worse with each generation. This would not do. The human tribe had not yet stood at the peak of the untainted land. Each generation should be stronger than the previous one. How could they be getting weaker and weaker? This was a sign of the weakening of the tribe. With worries in his heart, Feng Zichen began to search for the reason why the human tribe was weakening. At first, Feng Zichen thought that the situation of the human tribe was caused by the worsening environment of heaven and earth. But after several investigations, he found that it was not the case at all. The human tribe was the race with the strongest adaptability. The worse the environment, the more potential the human tribe could stimulate and accomplish all kinds of incredible feats. This was the case in ancient times, and it was also the case in the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It did not make sense that the strength of the younger generation of the human tribe was getting worse with each generation. After repeated investigations by Feng Zichen, he finally confirmed that it was not that the young people of the human tribe were not good enough, but that they were living too comfortably. In ancient times, the human tribe was only at the bottom of the untainted land. They were weak and could face a life-and-death crisis at any time. Therefore, all the clansmen of the human tribe were cultivating desperately in order to obtain great strength to protect their clansmen. During the period of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, although the human tribe was already very powerful, they were still surrounded by external enemies. The innate 10,000 clans were eyeing them covetously and could pounce on them at any time. Therefore, the human tribe still did not dare to slack off at this time. They cultivated desperately to obtain great strength and contribute to the glory of the human tribe. But since King Yu, the human tribe had been invincible. They searched all over the untainted land, but could not find a worthy opponent. Without a target to chase and suppress, the young people of the human tribe naturally slacked off. In the past, they cultivated to protect the human tribe. Therefore, they pursued battle strength over realm. But now, they cultivated to obtain longevity. Therefore, they pursued realm more than battle strength. Their goals were different. In this way, how could the young people of the human tribe not become weaker and weaker? At this moment, what Feng Zichen wanted to do was to rectify the cultivation atmosphere of the human tribe and force the young people to stop slacking off and work hard. The Human King Karmic Throne fragments were prepared for this. Did you think that the Human King Karmic Throne fragments turned into all kinds of opportunities for them to find? Wrong. Very wrong. The treasures turned into by the Human King Karmic Throne fragments would randomly appear on the reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe and be completely bound to them. Of course, because of the uniqueness of this group of people, the treasures turned into by the Human King Karmic Throne fragments would not be refined by them. They were bound to them, but could not be used by them. In other words, these reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were equivalent to the storage of the Human King Karmic Throne fragments. If the rest of the human tribe wanted to obtain the treasures turned into by the Human King Karmic Throne fragments, there was only one way, and that was to kill these reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe. Well, to put it more vividly, these reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were equivalent to the bosses of later games, and the Human King Karmic Throne fragments were equivalent to the equipment dropped after killing the bosses. Oh, in this way, Feng Zichen's plan this time could be said to be a real-life virtual game. The young people of the human tribe were the players, and the reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were the bosses of the game. However, the difference between this game and virtual reality was that if someone died here, they would die for real. There was no doubt that the reincarnations of ancient experts were far stronger than their peers. It would not be easy for the younger generation of the human race to defeat them. They would have to put in 100 or 1,000 times more effort to do so. Even so, they might not be able to defeat the other party. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to give some help to the young people of the human tribe, so that they would have the capital to fight against the ancient experts. For example, he would give each of them a resurrection token, so that they would have a chance to start over again. People's potential was forced out. Sometimes, if people did not force themselves, they would not know where their limits were. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to force these young people of the human tribe to see where their limits were. He believed that with the pressure of the reincarnated ancient experts, the young people of the human tribe would definitely work hard to cultivate and reproduce the attitude of the ancient humans of the human tribe to cultivate at all costs. As for not finding trouble with the reincarnated ancient experts and hiding in their own places to cultivate, was that possible? Feng Zichen had already said that he wanted to force the young people. So how could he give them a chance to slack off? If the young people did not go, then Feng Zichen had plenty of ways to force them to go. For example, in the name of heaven and earth, he could secretly reduce their lifespan. Either they would die of old age at home, or they would die without a doubt, or they would fight with the reincarnated ancient experts for a chance of survival. There were always more ways than difficulties. Feng Zichen, who had been oppressed by the capital of the later generations, had plenty of ways to torture those young people. The means of capital had always been cruel and bloody. Sigh. In order to let the young people of the human tribe cheer up, become motivated, and have a goal, Feng Zichen had also put in some effort. He thought that if the clansmen knew that their human emperor had secretly done so many things in order to motivate them, they would definitely be moved to tears. They would definitely be. A complete plan gradually appeared in his mind, but Feng Zichen did not implement it immediately. He had to make some preparations in advance to avoid any mistakes. However, before making these preparations, Feng Zichen still had a few things to do. He took out the Zichen sword and said to the Kuanping ancestor inside, "Fellow Kuanping, you are free." After saying that, Feng Zichen released the Kuanping ancestor's innate, indestructible, true spirit. The treasures formed by the Human King's karmic attainments would randomly appear on the reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe and be completely bound to them. Of course, because of the uniqueness of this group of people, the treasures formed by the fragments of the Human King would not be refined by them. They were bound to them, but they could not be used by them. In other words, These reincarnated ancient experts of a human tribe were equivalent to the storage of the fragments of the human king's karmic attainments. If the rest of the human tribe wanted to obtain the treasures formed by the fragments of the human king's karmic attainments, there was only one way, and that was to kill these reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe. Well, to put it more vividly, these reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were equivalent to the bosses in the later games, and the fragments of the human king's karmic attainments were equivalent to the equipment dropped after killing the bosses. Oh, in this way, Feng Zichen's plan this time could be said to be a real-life virtual game. The younger generation of the human tribe was the players, and those reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were the bosses in the game. However, the difference between this game and virtual reality was that if someone died here, they would die for real. Those reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe were undoubtedly far stronger than their peers. If the younger generation of the human tribe wanted to defeat them, it would not be easy. They would have to put in hundreds or thousands of times more effort. Even so, they might not be able to defeat the other party. Therefore, Feng Zichen wanted to give some help to the younger generation of the human tribe so that they would have the capital to fight against the ancient experts. For example, he could give each of them a resurrection token so that they would have a chance to start over again. A person's potential was all forced out. Sometimes, if one did not force himself, he would not know where his limits were. Therefore, Feng Zichen decided to force these young people of the human tribe to see where their limits were. He believed that with the pressure of those reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe, the younger generation of the human tribe would definitely work hard to cultivate and reproduce the attitude of the ancient human tribe when they were willing to risk everything to cultivate. As for not finding trouble with those reincarnated ancient experts of the human tribe and hiding in their own territory to cultivate, was that possible? Feng Zichen had already said that he wanted to force the young people. So how could he give them a chance to slack off? If the young people did not go, then Feng Zichen had plenty of ways to force them to go. For example, he could use the name of heaven and earth to secretly reduce their lifespans. Either they would die of old age at home, or they would die without a doubt. Or they would fight with the reincarnated ancient experts and obtain a chance of survival. There are always more ways than difficulties. Feng Zichen, who had been oppressed by the capital of the later generations, had plenty of ways to torture those young people. The means of capital had always been cruel and bloody. Sigh. In order to let the young people of the human tribe cheer up and become motivated and have a goal, Feng Zichen had also put in some effort. He thought that if his people knew that their emperor had secretly done so many things in order to motivate them, they would definitely be moved to tears. They would definitely be. He gradually had a complete plan in his heart, but Feng Zichen did not implement it immediately. He had to make some preparations in advance to avoid any mistakes. However, before making these preparations, Feng Zichen still had a few things to do. He took out the Zichen sword and said to the Kunpeng patriarch inside, "Fellow Kunpeng, you are free." After saying that, Feng Zichen released the Kunpeng patriarch's innate, indestructible, true spirit. Chapter 763. The shocking words that came out of Feng Zichen's mouth made Patriarch Kunpeng feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. However, this was also a matter of a moment. After all, he was an emperor. After a short period of shock, Patriarch Kunpeng regained his composure. He said with a bitter smile, "Fellow Taoist Zichen, don't tease poor Wei. I hope you can tell me what exactly happened." Seeing Patriarch Kunpeng like this, Feng Zichen did not have the mood to tease him and told him the reason for the return of the Eastern Emperor Tai. "I see. I didn't expect the heaven-splitting treasure to have such an effect. It can protect the owner's true spirit. Tai is really a great creation." Patriarch Kunpeng said enviously after knowing the truth that Tai was not dead. The heaven-splitting treasure was indeed the most powerful Dharma treasure in the primordial world. "Fellow Taoist Kunpeng, If you have the time to admire the power of the Bell of Chaos, why don't you think more about how you're going to deal with fellow Taoist Dongwang now that he has returned? Seeing that Patriarch Kuan Peng was still admiring the power of the Bell of Chaos, Feng Zichen could not help but shake his head and say something. Unexpectedly, Patriarch Kuan Peng, who was still full of fear earlier, was full of confidence at this moment, as if he was not afraid of the Eastern Emperor at all. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Although the Eastern Emperor is strong, as long as poor Wei hides in the North Sea, he can't do anything to poor Wei, Patriarch Kuan Peng said confidently with a wave of his hand. Hearing that, Feng Zichen thought for a while and thought of the terrifying existence that he had sensed in the depths of the North Sea in the past. Back then, the strength of that existence was already infinitely close to primordial chaos Daluo Jinxian. Now, if nothing unexpected happened, he should have already stepped into this realm. The evidence was Patriarch Kuan Peng's current performance. If not for the fact that there was an expert behind him who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eastern Emperor, how could Patriarch Kuan Peng be confident that he would not be afraid of the Eastern Emperor's revenge? North Sea, North Sea. There was a great terror in the depths of the North Sea. There was an expert who was comparable to the sacred beast Black Tortoise. He was an expert who had walked his own Tao. He was of the same generation as Tao ancestor Hong Jun. It's good that fellow Taoist is confident. However, there is one more thing that I would like to remind you of. Fellow Taoist, you must be careful of ancestor Hong Yun. When he saw Ancestor Rock being so confident, Feng Zichen couldn't help but remind him. What? Ancestor Hong Yun? What happened to him? Could it be that he was resurrected as well? But how is that possible? How could the two saints of the West allow him to be resurrected? Hearing the name of Ancestor Hong Yun, Ancestor Kuan Peng was shocked and asked, "That's right. If I'm not wrong, Ancestor Hong Yun should have been revived by the Three Pure Ones. Therefore, fellow Taoist, you have to be careful when you do things in the future. Otherwise, you might be targeted by others." Feng Zichen nodded and said, he wasn't trying to scare Patriarch Kuan Peng, but it was the truth. Reviving the experts from the Antiquity Age was one thing. Reviving Ancestor Hong Yun was another, since they had used the 6 paths of reincarnation disc at all costs. How could the Three Pure Ones only revive some expert from the Antiquity Age? Of course, it would be to maximize the benefits and revive some other people. For example, Ancestor Hong Yun or Dong Wang Gong. After reviving Ancestor Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi, who was originally on Feng Zichen's side, would naturally turn around and return to the saint side. In order to repay the karma of his revival, Ancestor Hong Yun would definitely stand on the same side as the Three Pure Ones. Moreover, with the revival of Ancestor Hong Yun, the Three Pure Ones would have one more way to counterbalance the two saints of the West. With the revival of Ancestor Hong Yun, the one who would suffer the most was definitely not Ancestor Kuan Peng, but the two saints of the West. The karma of becoming a saint would definitely be a headache for the two saints of the West. They would be the biggest obstacle to stopping Ancestor Hong Yun's revival. It was no wonder that Ancestor Kuan Peng's first reaction when he heard that Ancestor Hong Yun had been revived was that the two saints of the West would not allow him to be revived. Wasn't that creating trouble for himself? Reviving Ancestor Hong Yun was killing 2 birds with 1 stone for the Three Pure Ones. Therefore, while reviving the experts from the Antiquity Age, they wouldn't mind reviving Ancestor Hong Yun at the same time. As for the feelings of the two saints of the West, since the beginning of time, the Three Pure Ones had never cared about the feelings of the two saints of the West. Reviving Dong Wang Gong was also a big move by the Three Pure Ones. Their purpose was similar to reviving Ancestor Hong Yun. Reviving Dong Wang Gong was equivalent to winning over the Queen Mother of the West. Furthermore, if Dong Wang Gong grew up, he could be used to restrain Dong Wang Tai. Alright, even if he couldn't restrain Dong Wang Tai, he could be used to restrain Hao Tian. After all, he was the leader of all the male immortals in the world and had the status of heaven and earth. Reviving the two of them was equivalent to winning over 2 of the most powerful great mediums in the Eldritch Land. The three pure ones could be said to have profited greatly from this deal. You really didn't lie to poor Wei? Looking at Feng Zichen's solemn expression, Ancestor Kuan Peng could not help but gasp. This was because he knew that Feng Zichen was not joking. It was true. Ancestor Hong Yun had really been revived. At this moment, Ancestor Kuan Peng finally started to panic. He was not afraid of Dong Wang, but with Zhen Yuanzi and Ancestor Hong Yun, his life would be in danger. My friend Kuan Peng, even I can't help you with this matter. However, although I can't help you, I know that your only way out is in the netherworld. That's the only place where someone can protect your life. You should understand what I mean. After scaring Ancestor Kuan Peng for a long time, Feng Zichen finally pointed out a way for him to survive after seeing his terrified expression. The netherworld. At this moment, under the threat of Dong Wang Tai, Zhen Yuanzi, and Ancestor Hong Yun, even Ancestor Hun Ming could not save Ancestor Kuan Peng's life. However, with the help of Goddess Hutu, it was possible. Moreover, Goddess Hutu was not the only one in the netherworld. Ancestor Mingyi was also in the netherworld. Back then, Ancestor Kuan Peng was not the only one who killed Ancestor Hong Yun. Ancestor Mingyi was also there. To be precise, without Ancestor Mingyi's two innate killing swords, Ancestor Hong Yun might not have died. After Ancestor Hong Yun came back to life, if he wanted to take revenge, he would not only look for Ancestor Kuan Peng, but also Ancestor Mingyi. It could even be said that Ancestor Hong Yun hated Ancestor Mingyi more than Ancestor Kuan Peng. After all, there was hatred between Ancestor Hong Yun and Kuan Peng. However, there was no hatred between him and Ancestor Mingyi. Ancestor Hong Yun was killed for no reason. One could imagine how much Ancestor Hong Yun hated Ancestor Mingyi. The netherworld. After muttering silently, Patriarch Kuan Peng replied, I understand what you mean, fellow Taoist. If things don't work out, I don't mind making a trip to the netherworld. Ancestor Kuan Peng said it casually. However, when he said it, he struggled in his heart. It was not difficult for him to ask Ancestor Mingyi for help. However, as the monster master of the monster race, it was not easy for him to ask for Goddess Hutu's protection. This was also the reason why the monster race of the North Sea did not become enemies with the sorcerer race. Otherwise, Ancestor Kuan Peng would not have asked for help from Goddess Hutu. If he really became enemies with the sorcerer race, he would not have lived until now. During the battle between the sorcerer race and the monster race, the moment Ancestor Kuan Peng escaped, Goddess Hutu would have killed him. As there was no hatred between them, she let him go. Sigh, my friend, I'll take my leave. After sighing, Ancestor Kuan Peng clasped his hands at Feng Zichen. With a leap, he turned into a huge golden rock and disappeared in front of Feng Zichen. If Ancestor Kuan Peng wanted to ask for Goddess Hutu's protection, he would have to pay an unimaginable price. However, what did that have to do with Feng Zichen? He chose his own path. Who asked Ancestor Kuan Peng to walk on a narrow path? One wrong step led to many wrong steps. Ancestor Kuan Peng could only blame himself for ending up in such a situation. He could not blame anyone else. Hong Yun, Dong Wang Gong. Three pure ones, your methods are getting better and better. After Ancestor Kuan Peng left, Feng Zichen looked at the river of time and space with his Dharma eye. As expected, he did not find any traces of Ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Wang Gong. It was as if the two of them had never appeared in the primordial world. There are no traces of them in the river of time. Obviously, the traces of their existence had been secretly taken away by the three pure ones and became the basis for their resurrection. That was the bad thing about the great divine ability. They did not necessarily need a true spirit to resurrect them. As long as a thought still existed or a memory was left in the world, they could be resurrected. Such a person was really too difficult to kill completely. There was a deep reason why the three pure ones chose to resurrect the two of them. Apart from attracting the two top existences, Zhen Yuanzi and the Queen Mother of the West, it was more to target the human race. Ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Wang Gong were probably the three pure ones' last resort to deal with Feng Zichen. The 20% of the human race's fate that was taken away by the Grand Pure One would also be used on the two of them. That was because the two of them could replace Feng Zichen and become the new human emperor of the human race. If other great divine ability reincarnated into the human race, they would not be recognized by the human race's fate, even if they were extremely talented. Then, they would not be able to become the human emperor of the human race. However, Ancestor Hong Yun and Dong Wanggong were different. Their identities were simply too special. Firstly, it was Ancestor Hong Yun. The first Khanate cloud in the primordial world achieved Tao, and was the first blessed true immortal in the primordial world. His fate could be seen from the fact that he was the only one who could obtain the Hongming purple cloud among the great divine ability. If not for his good-natured personality, he would have formed too many karma and would have been killed. Otherwise, he would have been one of the sages. Such an identity was indeed special, but it did not have much to do with the human race. However, although Ancestor Hong Yun himself did not have much to do with the human race, his Taoist field had a lot to do with the human race. As the first blessed true immortal in the primordial world, Ancestor Hong Yun's Taoist field was naturally extraordinary. It was the Fire Cloud Cave, which was ranked first among the 36 caves in the primordial world. It was also the place where the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the human race lived in seclusion. When Ancestor Hong Yun died, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors used his Taoist field. Naturally, nothing happened. However, after Ancestor Hong Yun was revived, the matter became serious. At any time, it was not a small matter to occupy someone else's house. Moreover, this was the primordial world where everyone lived with dignity. Unless the human race could return the Fire Cloud Cave to Ancestor Hong Yun, the karma between the human race and Ancestor Hong Yun would be serious. However, it was impossible for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors to move out of the Fire Cloud Cave. After so many years, the Fire Cloud Cave had become the sacred land of the human race under the bathing of the human race's fate. How could they give it away? The sacred land of the human race was related to the fate of the human race. There was no reason to give it away, even if the sacred land used to be someone else's home. It was not that the human race was overbearing, but it was the truth. If there was anyone to blame, they could only blame Ancestor Hong Yun, who asked him to die. As a result, he lost his Taoist field. However, even so, the human race had occupied Ancestor Hong Yun's Taoist field and formed a karma between them. If Ancestor Hong Yun were to reincarnate into the human race, with the support of the Fire Cloud Cave, he would be qualified to fight for the position of the human emperor. After so many years, Ancestor Hong Yun would return to the Fire Cloud Cave as the human emperor. In this way, the human race would obtain Ancestor Hong Yun's fate, and Ancestor Hong Yun would be able to return to the Fire Cloud Cave. The karma of the human race occupying the Fire Cloud Cave would be resolved with a happy ending. This was a way to get the best of both worlds. This was the sage's plan. However, no one knew if Hong Yun would become the human sovereign, the sovereign of earth, or a pawn of the sages, the human sovereign son of heaven. As for Dong Wanggong, this was the alternative plan of the 3 pure ones. If Ancestor Hong Yun and Feng Zichen failed to fight for the position of the human emperor, the 3 pure ones could immediately push Dong Wanggong to continue fighting for the position of the human emperor with Feng Zichen. Ancestor Hong Yun relied on the Fire Cloud Cave to be qualified to fight for the position of the human emperor. However, if Dong Wanggong wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, it would be much easier. If he wanted to fight, he could do so without the approval of the human race's fate. In other words, if he wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, the human race's fate would approve of him. There was no other reason other than Dong Wanggong's identity was too special. He was an innate divine being nurtured by the innate Tao of Yang. Just like Di Jun, Tai Yi, and Hao Tian, he was the natural emperor of the Eldritch world. At the same time, he was the leader of all the male immortals in the world. With such an identity, it was enough to go to the Celestial Emperor, not to mention fighting for the position of the human emperor. Therefore, the human race's fate had no reason to reject Dong Wang Gong, who had the aura of an innate divine emperor, if he wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor. After all, no matter how strong the human race's fate was, it could not be stronger than heaven and earth. It was restrained by heaven and earth and was inferior to it. An innate divine emperor represented heaven and earth and carried out the will of heaven and earth. The human race's fate could not resist. Unless the human race could replace the heavenly court and become the orthodox, celestial emperor of the eldritch world, they could not reject the entry of an innate divine emperor. To be honest, under normal circumstances, an innate divine emperor joining the human race was definitely a great thing for the human race. Feng Zichen also welcomed it. This meant that soon, the human race would have an earth-shattering supreme emperor. Chapter 764. However, how could Feng Zichen welcome someone like Teng Wangkeng, who had joined the human race with ulterior motives? Who knew if he was here to become the supreme human emperor or the human emperor's son of heaven? If Teng Wangkeng became the human emperor and turned to the saint, wouldn't the efforts of Feng Zichen and the previous human emperors be in vain? After the 5 emperors, the human race no longer needed human emperors from other races. There were countless heroes in the human race. Couldn't they pick out 1 or 2 human emperors? Did they need to borrow people from other races? It was ridiculous. Han Yun, Teng Wangkeng, since the 2 of you have chosen to be enemies with the human race, don't blame me for being ruthless. Please die again. At this moment, thinking of the saint's plan, Feng Zichen couldn't help but want to kill the 2 of them. He couldn't kill the saint, but couldn't he kill 2 great mediums? However, although the 2 of them were going to die, it wasn't now. They still had value. Feng Zichen needed to use them to sharpen the human race, stimulate the fighting spirit of the younger generation of the human race, and implement the concept of man conquering nature. For this reason, before their value was exhausted, Feng Zichen wouldn't touch them. However, he couldn't just let them do whatever they wanted. He had to find some trouble for them. Since the 3 pure ones had made a move, how could Feng Zichen not fight back? In addition, this wasn't a turn-based game. Without the restriction of the 3 pure ones making a move, Feng Zichen could only retaliate with 1 move. He could retaliate with many moves. For example now, with a thought, Feng Zichen suddenly released his divine consciousness and swept toward the Zifu state in the East Sea. The Zifu state, which had made Feng Zichen flinch in the past, was now like a powerless baby in front of him, unable to resist. As soon as Feng Zichen released his divine thought, it covered the entire Zifu state. However, the remaining Dao marks in the Zifu state didn't react at all. The gap was too big. The current Feng Zichen was much stronger than the Dongwang Tai and Dongwang Gong back then. How could the battlefield they left behind shake Feng Zichen? With a thought, everything that happened in the Zifu prefecture was reflected in Feng Zichen's heart. Feng Zichen couldn't help but smile when he saw the familiar ball of light in the center of the Zifu prefecture. Never would I have expected that item to still exist. I'm afraid that Dongwang Tai hasn't had the time to rush back here. As for the 3 pure ones, how could they have expected that after Tai killed Dong Huang Gong, he didn't choose to take away his origin and instead left it behind? The ball of light that Feng Zichen was familiar with was naturally Teng Wangkeng's innate origin, the innate yang origin. Back then, Feng Zichen had used its power to cultivate a powerful divine power, the innate divine light of extreme yang. For this reason, he had a deep impression of it. If it weren't for the feelings of the Queen Mother of the West and the fact that he was afraid of getting involved with Teng Wangkeng, Feng Zichen would have taken it away quietly. However, he didn't expect that the tiger would harm the human heart, even though the human didn't have the intention to hurt the tiger. Considering the feelings of the 2 of them, Feng Zichen didn't touch the innate origin left behind by Teng Wangkeng after his death. However, he didn't expect that his kindness wouldn't lead to a friendship between the 2 of them, but the news that they were enemies of the human race. His kindness had been treated as ill intent, and his flirtatious eyes were thrown at a blind man. F***CK, Feng Zichen was about to explode with anger. If he had known that this would be the result, he would have taken away the innate yang origin long ago. He wouldn't have waited until now. However, it wasn't too late now. Now that he wanted to deal with Tang Wang Kung, he needed this item. The reason why Dong Wang Tai left Tang Wang Kung's innate origin was that he wanted to cultivate it into a new innate god fiend, so that he could compete with Tang Wang Kung and prevent him from achieving the Tao. This plan was, of course, excellent. But now, it seemed that this plan had undoubtedly failed. This was because after so many years, this ball of innate yang origin didn't even show signs of developing intelligence, let alone taking on a human form. It was still struggling desperately, fighting against the means left by Dong Wang Tai, waiting for the return of its master, Tang Wang Kung. It had been nearly 100 million years since Feng Zichen last saw the innate yang origin. After such a long time, the innate yang origin had lost a lot of its power in the struggle against the seals set by Dong Wang Tai. Compared to the first time Feng Zichen saw him, he was much weaker. But it had to be said that after so many years of training, although the innate yang origin was much weaker, it was undoubtedly more condensed. An endless, mysterious aura bloomed from its body, which was fascinating. It was no exaggeration to say that whoever refined this innate yang origin could reach the great perfection of Sage to Be in an instant. Of course, only the realm could reach this level. Its power was far from enough. At most, it could let one have the power of Daluo Taoist priests. After all, when Tang Wang Kung died, he was only in the late stage of Sage to Be. The innate yang origin he left behind could let one reach the great perfection of Sage to Be, which was already heaven-defying. If it could let one have the power of Sage to Be in the great perfection, it would not be heaven-defying, but unreasonable. After so much power was used up, it was already very exaggerated that the innate yang origin could let one have the power of Daluo Taoist priests. But for a monk, the realm was undoubtedly more important than the power. Power could be slowly accumulated over time, but the realm could not. It required an opportunity, and the innate yang origin was an opportunity. And it was an opportunity that could let one directly reach the great perfection of Sage to Be. If this news spread out, it would probably make the Daluo Taoist priests and many Sage to Be experts in the untainted world go crazy. But Feng Zichen did not care about this. His focus was more on the origin of this ball of innate yang origin. It was the origin left behind by Tang Wang Kung after he died. In other words, it came from the same origin as Tang Wang Kung. It could even be said that it was another Tang Wang Kung. If Tang Wang Kung got it, not only could he recover his power immediately, but he could also go one step further. However, Tang Wang Kung had no hope of getting this innate yang origin, because Feng Zichen was going to make a move on it. In Feng Zichen's view, this innate yang origin was simply a sharp weapon to deal with Tang Wang Kung. As long as he had it, no matter what Tang Wang Kung did, Feng Zichen could arrange it properly. To be honest, a long time ago, Feng Zichen felt that Dong Wang Tai's way of thinking was wrong. If it were him, he would not think of cultivating this innate yang origin into a Khanate god fiend. Instead, he would directly refine it and make it into an incarnation. This was much simpler and safer than cultivating a Khanate god fiend. It was difficult to cultivate a Khanate god fiend. Even if he was lucky enough to succeed, he would have to worry about the possibility of it betraying him. What if it turned into friendship with Tang Wang Kung and became brothers? Even if the probability was very small, he had to guard against it. But if he cultivated an incarnation, he would not have such worries. His external incarnation was him. How could he betray himself? It was not necessarily that Dong Wang Tai did not think of it. Maybe he was not willing to do so. After all, Feng Zichen was not an orthodox Khanate god fiend. He was a postnatal creature. For this reason, he thought differently from the orthodox Khanate god fiends. The Khanate god fiends that were born of the Khanate earth cared about the purity of their origin the most. How could they let an outsider's connate origin contaminate their pure origin? After a powerful person obtained the enemy's connate origin, he would refine it into a connate spiritual treasure. This was also the reason why there were so many connate spiritual treasures in the primordial world. A Daluo Taoist priest's origin could be refined into a connate spiritual treasure. Daluo Taoist priests were immortal and indestructible. One could obtain a connate spiritual treasure every time they were killed. According to this calculation, in theory, a Daluo Taoist priest could be turned into countless connate spiritual treasures. There was nothing wrong with this. Of course, no Daluo Taoist priest would be so miserable. Just like Di Jun's resurrection of Tai, he did not use so many connate origins himself. Instead, he spent a lot of effort to trace them back to their origin before giving them to Tai to use. His goal was to maintain the purity of the origin. Feng Zichen was different. As a postnatal life form, as long as it was beneficial to his body, he dared to refine it no matter what it was. He did not care about the purity of the origin at all. This was very pragmatic. Of course, the Dongwang Tai did not refine the connate yang origin because he did not like it. How could someone as arrogant as Tai touch an outsider's connate origin? It was good that Tai did not refine it. Wouldn't this benefit Feng Zichen? If Tai had refined this ball of connate yang origin, how could Feng Zichen have the chance now? With a thought, Feng Zichen raised the human Dao imperial seal and directly took away the ball of connate yang origin. During this time, he did not encounter any resistance. Perhaps there was resistance. It was just that under his invincible power, he could not feel that weak resistance. How could a human feel the resistance of an ant? Buzz, buzz, buzz. After doing all this, Feng Zichen raised the human Dao imperial seal again and used the power of the chaos bead to erase all traces he'd left behind. This way, even if the Dongwang Tai came here, he would only find that the connate yang origin was gone. He would not know who had taken it. Within the chaos bead, Feng Zichen's divine consciousness surged out, enveloping the connate yang origin and extending toward its core. Such a large movement naturally awakened the mark that the Dongwang Tai had left in the connate yang origin to monitor its movements. The figure of a majestic emperor slowly appeared. However, after the emperor appeared, before he could speak, Feng Zichen's divine consciousness crushed him into pieces. Even if the Dongwang Tai himself came, he might not be Feng Zichen's match. Not to mention this was a mark he'd left behind before he'd attained Dao. Naturally, it collapsed at the first touch. When one's strength reached Feng Zichen's level, refining an avatar was not as troublesome as before. He only needed to brand his true spirit mark on it to declare success. And with the power of the connate yang origin, it could not resist Feng Zichen. Therefore, Feng Zichen quickly finished imprinting his true spirit mark on it. Feng Zichen could not help but smile when he sensed that a great life was being nurtured in the innate yang origin. From now on, you are Tung Wang Kung. That's right. Feng Zichen named his new avatar Tung Wang Kung. He wanted to use this avatar to seize everything of Tung Wang Kung and completely replace him. The relationship between Tung Wang Kung and the connate yang origin could be described as two sides of the same coin. They were originally one. Feng Zichen's avatar was refined from the connate yang origin, so there was nothing wrong with calling it Tung Wang Kung. Tung Wang Kung was a Taoist name and an honorable position. Since the real Tung Wang Kung had fallen, everything related to him could inherit this honorable position. Tung Wang Kung's origin had taken form and inherited Tung Wang Kung's Taoist name. This was a kind of inheritance in itself. There was no problem. The Way of the Heavens also recognized it. As for whether the real Tung Wang recognized it or not, he had to appear. The current Tung Wang Kung had already reincarnated into the human race. He was a postnatal creature. Before he got rid of his identity as a human, he could not use the name Tung Wang Kung. Reincarnating into the human race meant that he had temporarily given up his identity as Tung Wang Kung. This was originally nothing because it was originally his. When the time came, it would naturally return to him. However, Tung Wong Kung would never have dreamed that when he reincarnated into the human race and temporarily gave up his identity as Tung Wong Kung, another him would appear out of nowhere and inherit everything of Tung Wong Kung, becoming the new Tung Wong Kung. No, it was not new. The origin was the same. How could it be called new? In the eyes of everyone, they would only think that Tung Wong Kung had returned from the tribulation, not that someone was impersonating him. When Feng Zichen's plan was completed, his clone would be the real Tung Wong Kung. He would inherit Tung Wong Kung's luck, karma, hatred, connections, and everything. And the real Tung Wong Kung would become a member of the human race. Because his identity was all inherited by Feng Zichen. The three words Tung Wong Kung had nothing to do with him. He no longer had a previous life. This life of the human race was his new beginning. This was called taking drastic measures. If Tung Wong Kung wanted to fight for the position of the human emperor, then let him fight for it. Feng Zichen did not care at all, because he had already erased Tung Wong Kung from the root and completely replaced him. When Tung Wong Kung reached the end and suddenly looked back, he would find that his past had been replaced by another him. That scene would be very exciting. Becoming an enemy of the human race. It would be the biggest nightmare of Tung Wong Kung's life. He would not die, but his ending would be worse than death, because he would no longer be himself. After arranging Tung Wong Kung's future, Feng Zichen looked at Ancestor Hongyan. After thinking about it, he did not have a good way to deal with him. After all, this person really had karma with the human race. After thinking about it again and again, Feng Zichen finally decided to let Ancestor Mingyi deal with Ancestor Hongyan. There should be a conclusion to the karma between the two. Putting aside the matter of Ancestor Hongyan, Feng Zichen pondered for a moment and took out a blood-red altar. Chapter 765. The Blood Altar was a treasure that Feng Zichen had specially built to revive the fallen masters of the human clan. After countless years, the masters of the human clan who had died in the ancient demon clan's massacre, except for those who had died in the hands of Di Juntai, had almost all been resurrected by him. What kind of cultivation did Di Juntai have? He was a figure who could fight with a sage before he achieved Tao. How powerful were they? Even a sage-to-be master would have his true spirit shattered after being hit by them, and it would be difficult for him to return. Not to mention those masters of the human clan who had not yet become Daluo Taoist priests. Their physical bodies, spiritual souls, and true spirits had all been smashed into smithereens by the hands of Emperor Juntai. They had completely vanished into thin air. Even the traces of their existence had almost been completely erased. Feng Zichen was too powerful, and Di Juntai could not erase his memory, so he remembered the existence of these heroes of the human clan. Otherwise, these heroes of the human clan would have been completely forgotten by the world and buried in history. The humans who were qualified to be killed by Di Juntai might not be much in the untainted world, but they were definitely the top existences in the human clan. They were the most powerful masters of the human clan under the 9 kings. Each of them was half a step away from the Daluo Taoist priest realm, and each of them had transformed into an innate fiend god body. They were the mainstays of the human clan. They were also the earliest innate fiend gods of the fiend god path. If they had not died in that battle, they would be at least Daluo Taoist priest realm now. Unfortunately, they had died, and they had died miserably. The traces of their existence had almost been completely erased. Now, the only evidence that could prove their existence was the memories in Feng Zichen's mind. Logically speaking, these people were not Daluo Taoist priest's realm, and their true spirits could not be immortal. It was almost impossible for them to be resurrected after dying to such an extent. Anyway, the blood altar couldn't do it. Although the blood altar's effects were heaven-defying, not everyone could be revived. There were conditions for it to revive living beings. It needed the blood essence or true spirit left behind when it was alive. At the very least, a strand of fresh blood would do. However, these heroes of the human clan didn't leave anything. No matter how strong the blood altar was, if it couldn't meet its requirements, it couldn't make a person appear out of thin air. In theory, these human heroes were completely dead, and there was no possibility of resurrection. However, Feng Zichen was simply too powerful. With the memory in his mind, he distorted the boundary between reality and illusion, causing them to overlap. He actually reflected the heroes of the human race that only existed in his memory in reality. Under Feng Zichen's power, the traces of those human heroes who had disappeared long ago slowly reappeared. Everything was going back on the right track. Then, after countless years of nurturing, their true spirits slowly reunited. Now, at this moment, it was almost time for these human heroes to return. Originally, Feng Zichen planned to resurrect them in their peak state, and then send them to the Realm Sea to gain experience and conquer thousands of worlds in order to find an opportunity to break through the Daluo Taoist priest realm. But now, with the turmoil of the human clan, Feng Zichen changed his mind. He wanted to leave these human heroes in the Eldritch world and let them reincarnate into the human clan to start all over again. The younger generation of the human clan might not be a match for the reincarnated ancient experts, but the reincarnation of these human heroes definitely could. This was because they had already completed an incredible transformation in ancient times. They had transformed from ordinary postnatal living beings into innate god fiends. Perhaps some of the ancient experts who had reincarnated into the human race had been killed by the heroes of the human race. It was really hard to say. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In Feng Zichen's hand, the blood altar suddenly operated. Rays of blood-red light bloomed from it, illuminating the entire void and illuminating an eerie and ominous atmosphere. Then, many illusory figures were projected from the blood altar and landed on the land of the human race. These shadows were the heroic spirits of the ancient human heroes. Now, they had left the blood altar and rushed to the human clan's land to be reincarnated into the human clan. Since they were the ancient human heroes, their treatment was naturally incomparable to that of ordinary people. The process of their reincarnation was all arranged by Feng Zichen. They didn't need to go through the 6 paths of reincarnation. After the human heroes arrived on the human clan's land, they didn't enter their mortal bodies. Instead, they stayed in the air and merged with the surrounding innate qi. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky, Zhouxing trembled inexplicably. Starlight hung down and matched with the human heroes, helping them to condense their bodies. Feng Zichen wanted them to be born as innate humans. They were already innate gods and heroes of the human clan. It would be too much to ask them to start over as innate gods and demons. Therefore, Feng Zichen arranged for them to be innate humans. A higher starting point was entrusted with Feng Zichen's good wishes for them. He wished them to achieve even greater things. Right, innate life forms weren't enough. Feng Zichen even drew upon the power of Zhouxing and bestowed them with star fate. Born as innate humans, this identity could be said to be the top innate spirits, second only to innate gods and demons. My fellow Taoists, your resurrection this time is to witness the beginning of your glory. If you're interested in the position of human king, do your best to take it in your hands and fulfill the unfulfilled dream of the ancient times. Become a supreme human king. Looking at the human heroes who were condensing their bodies, Feng Zichen looked at them expectantly for a while before slowly looking away. To them, Feng Zichen was always a little different. After all, they were all his fellow Taoists. They had grown up together, struggled together, and fought side by side with each other. Now, it was a kind of comfort to be able to see them again. After making arrangements for his former fellow Taoists, Feng Zichen didn't take back the blood altar. Instead, he placed it in the void and fiddled with it seriously. He was going to resurrect a big guy. No, that wasn't right. He was trying to resurrect an incomparably ancient existence. Or rather, he planned to summon the mark of that incomparably ancient existence and see if he could replace it just like his incarnation had replaced Tung Wangkong. The existence that Feng Zichen wanted to resurrect was incomparably ancient and noble. Its origin could be traced back to the beginning of the world. Its name was Yin Yang Ancestor. It was born at the beginning of the world and was an innate saint born from the Tao of Yin and Yang. Its antiquity was beyond imagination. It was the first batch of living beings born after the primordial world was born. Although it wasn't the first to be born like Tao ancestor Hongjun, it was still one of the top 10 living beings born in the primordial world. The Tao of Yin and Yang, the principles of movement and stillness, the wonders of Taiji, its Tao contained everything and contained all living beings. As an innate saint born from the Tao of Yin and Yang, the power of Yin Yang ancestor could be imagined. However, very few people in the primordial world knew about such a powerful existence like him. Everything about him was covered up by someone with great magic power. The reason was that Yin Yang ancestor was dead. His innate, indestructible true spirit was shattered by the demon ancestor Luo, Ho's immortal slaying 4 swords, and all traces of him were destroyed. At the same time, the demon ancestor Luo Ho used the destiny of the demonic path to suppress the Yin Yang ancestor's true spirit fragments, completely cutting off his possibility of resurrection. It was possible to resurrect the Yin Yang ancestor as long as the destiny of the demonic path was broken. However, how difficult was it to break the destiny of the demonic path? This was something that was almost impossible. As the saying goes, if evil thoughts were not eliminated, the demonic path would exist forever. Unless the primordial world was destroyed, the demonic path would never be destroyed. It might be weakened, but it would never be destroyed. The Yin Yang ancestor's innate, indestructible true spirit was suppressed by the destiny of the demonic path and would never have the chance to escape. It was equivalent to completely perishing. Of course, in order to suppress the Yin Yang ancestor, the demon ancestor Luo Ho had paid a price. After completely suppressing the Yin Yang ancestor, the demonic path permanently lost part of its destiny. This was also the reason why the demonic path could never prosper. Destiny was not complete. Even if it did, it could not last long. The Yin Yang ancestor could force the demon ancestor Luo Ho to pay such a huge price to completely kill him. It was clear how much the demon ancestor hated him. How could he not hate him for destroying his sect? The Yin Yang ancestor was not only the oldest innate saint in the primordial world, but he was also one of the founders of the celestial Tao of the celestial sect. His position in the celestial sect was second only to the Hongjun ancestor, and he was the second most important person in the celestial sect. In the early primordial era, when the chaos of the primordial beast had just passed, the 3 oldest innate god fiends, Tao ancestor Hongjun, Tao ancestor Yin Yang, and Tao ancestor Qinquan, practiced the celestial Tao together on Mount Yujing and opened the celestial sect. At that time, feeling the power of the 3 innate god fiends, a group of innate god fiends chose to become their followers. And this was the original celestial sect. These 3 people, Tao ancestor Hongjun, Tao ancestor Yin Yang, and Tao ancestor Qinquan, were also called the 3 founders of the celestial Tao by the disciples of the celestial sect. In the great war of the immortals and demons at the end of the primordial era, it was the Yin Yang ancestor and Tao ancestor Qinquan who joined forces to break through the gates of the demonic path. They overturned Mount Meru and destroyed the foundation of the demon ancestor Luo Ho. It was because of this that the demon ancestor Luo Ho hated the 2 of them to the core and wanted to completely kill them at all costs. One of the 3 founders of the celestial sect, one of the 2 best friends of Tao ancestor Hongjun, and one of the people the demon ancestor Luo Ho hated the most. This kind of background was indeed astonishing. However, that was not the reason why Feng Zichen wanted to revive him. Feng Zichen's motive for reviving the Yin Yang ancestor was very simple. It was to deal with the Grand Pure One. More accurately, it was to plot against the Grand Pure One's heaven-opening treasure, the Taiji painting. It was not enough to snatch the heaven-earth mysterious yellow pagoda. Feng Zichen also wanted to snatch the Taiji painting from the Grand Pure One. Since he could not kill the Grand Pure One, Feng Zichen planned to teach the Grand Pure One an unforgettable lesson so that he would know that the human race was not so easy to plot against. He believed that the loss of the Taiji painting would definitely be remembered by the Grand Pure One for the rest of his life. That idea was indeed good, but it was almost impossible to snatch the Taiji painting from the Grand Pure One. The Grand Pure One was not made of clay. How could he allow the Taiji painting to be snatched away? Moreover, the Taiji painting had been in his hands for so long. It had long been refined by him to the point of being sentient. Just like that, if the Taiji painting could still be snatched away by outsiders, the Grand Pure One might as well commit suicide. It was too embarrassing. Although that was the case, nothing was absolute. To others, it was impossible to snatch the heaven-opening treasure, the Taiji painting, from the Grand Pure One's hands. However, it was not necessarily the case for the Yin-Yang Patriarch. That was because the original owner of the Taiji painting, one of the three heaven-opening treasures, was the Yin-Yang Patriarch. It could even be said that the Taiji painting was the Yin-Yang Patriarch's lifelong treasure. After all, the Yin-Yang Patriarch was one of the greatest Khanate saints. He was directly nurtured by the origin of the world. It was not strange that he was accompanied by the Taiji painting. After the Yin-Yang Patriarch died, Tao ancestor Hongjun took away the Taiji painting and gave it to the Grand Pure One not long after. With this karma, the Yin-Yang Patriarch had the right to snatch the Taiji painting from the Grand Pure One. No, that cannot be called snatching. It should be said that it was returning to its owner. That was the right way to put it. The Taiji painting was originally the Yin-Yang Patriarch's item. Now that he had taken it back from the Grand Pure One, it was returning it to its owner. It could not be said that he had snatched it. Moreover, if the Yin-Yang Patriarch went against the Grand Pure One, no matter how selfish Tao ancestor Hongjun was, he would not do anything to him. There was also karma between the two of them. At most, they would not help either side. This plan was very feasible. In the void, the blood altar was operating crazily. Rays of blood light swept out and entered the primordial world, collecting the aura left behind by the Yin-Yang Patriarch. As the blood altar operated, the Khanate Yin-Yang Qi floating above the altar became clearer and clearer. This Khanate Yin-Yang Qi came from the Yin-Yang Patriarch. Feng Zichen asked for it from the ancestral Gregon. He did not know where he got it from. Perhaps the ancestral Gregon also wanted to replace the Yin-Yang Patriarch and then use it to plot against Tao ancestor Hongjun. However, in the end, when he saw that he could not revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch, he gave up on this plan. The fact that the ancestral Gregon could not do it did not mean that Feng Zichen could not. This was not because he was more outstanding than the ancestral Gregon, but because he had someone in the demon sect, the ruins of the end and the mental demon, the new sect master and grand elder of the demon sect. In other words, the first and second leaders of the demon sect were Feng Zichen's men. If not for that, he was not confident that he could revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch. If he could revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch with the blood altar alone, he would be underestimating the means of the demon ancestor Rahu. Completely killing was not just a matter of words. If he wanted to revive the Yin-Yang Patriarch, he had to use special methods. Seeing that the Khanate Yin-Yang Qi on the blood altar was not increasing, Feng Zichen knew that the blood altar had reached its limit. At this time, he had to use other methods. With that thought in mind, Feng Zichen contacted the ultimate void and the mental demon, letting the two of them shake the destiny of the demon sect. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.